Everyone is asking about PPTs of sessions. We know your keen interest in sessions of FDP. Kindly have patience. Everything will be done by our team members as soon as possible. I never seen such interactive sessions in any online webinars on FDPs. People always mute themselves and they attend the meetings. But here in this FDP, we are very lucky to have great participants like you who are giving continuous efforts in making this event grand success. Thanks again. Once again, I from my team members, thank you for making this FDP a grand success, which shows a great enthusiasm in participants as well as team members. We shouldn't ask our customers to make a trade-off between privacy and security. We need to offer them the best of both. Ultimately, protecting someone else's data protects all of us by Team Cook. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great pleasure for me to introduce our speaker today, who is going to talk to us about cryptography, symmetric and asymmetric methods. This is a subject in which we should all be deeply interested because it's a technical session. We are going to learn by our eminent speaker, Dr. Karan Singh, our speaker. Although having spent almost his entire career in the field of cybersecurity. Dr. Karan Singh from SESS JNU. His primary research interests are in computer network security, multicast communication, and software-defined network. He supervised 5 PhD and 35 MTech students, and he is the reviewer of IEEE and elsewhere conferences and reviewer of international journals and IEEE transactions. He is the editorial board member of Journal of Communications and Network. He published 70 plus research papers in journals and good conferences. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming our speaker, Dr. Karan Singh, sir. Sir, please welcome, sir.
Okay, thank you, Lata. Just I am going to share my desktop. Okay. Hello.
Hello.
Yeah, this desktop is visible.
Okay, yes, coming.
Okay, thank you.
इसको full screen कर लो.
Actually, yeah. So now we can start.
Yes.
sir.
Okay. So first of all, good morning to all of you. Today I will take a session on cryptography. Hello.
इको आ रहा है थोड़ा सा तुम्हारे माइक पर.
Okay, I will check. Okay. Hello.
हेलो
No,
आप
it is
ठीक है
okay.
Now
अब
it's
आप
clear, sir.
Okay. एक्चुअल में यहाँ पे दो सिस्टम है ना, इसलिए
हाँ हाँ
दिक्कत हो रही है.
आप
Manisha
ठीक है
also log in.
ओके
So
ओके
uh, today we will discuss the cryptography symmetric and asymmetric approach. So first, before starting the cryptography, we will discuss about some what are the different security component, what are the different requirement of the security, and then we will discuss the different approach of the asymmetric and symmetric. So the motivation behind this talk is we will start from this question: what is our asset? So if we are living in a digital era, then our asset are the different. Okay. So you just see here, this is the one graph which is showing that we have the personal computer, smartphones, internet of things, smart TV, and wearable device. And you just see the there are the huge number of the user we are which are the going to use this device. So if we are talking about the digital era or cyber space, so these are the main assets which are going to contribute in cyberspace. So this is the one motivation, because we are going to use the multiple device at a time, or it may be we have the some one device, but the input is going to provide into cyber from this device. So this is the one motivation, because we are living in cyberspace. Now, second one is what is the input or what is the output of these assets. So if you see the second motivational graph, there are the different device, and according to device, there are the some data is going to generate. Suppose we are using a smartphone. So you just see the smartphone is the one who is the going to generate the very huge volume of the data. So there are the other device also. You just see the PC contribution, TV contribution, tablet contribution. These devices are going to generate the volume of the data. So this is the one outcome of these devices. Now, one question is what is exactly security? So if we talk about the security, it is a protection of the general asset. You just see there are the two type of the security. You just say the hardware security and software security. Now, in case of the hardware, we will provide some kind of the locks, or we install the CCTV, and there may be some physical person like guards in our home or organization. So that is the kind of the hardware security. And in case of the software, we use generally some kind of the antivirus or anti-spyware. So they are the penalty of the software exists which provide the security to our digital device. Now, second question is there where we provide the security or protection. So there are the three environment. You just say the local. Local means it is your own device like a smartphone or PC. So we care about that device. And second one is the electronic environment, means suppose we are sending the data from one place to another one. So we care the protection, we will provide the security between transmission. And suppose we provide the security into local one and your transmission, then another case is the end. What is the source or end-to-end kind of the security? So it create a kind of the globe. It means suppose we are using the multiple device, it may be here and other places. So we need to provide the protection at each and every level. So that is a kind of the global environment. Now there is a one question, why we require the security? What is the reason of the security? Why we need the security? So this is the most important part of the behind security, why we require the security. So there are the main three component. One is the threat, and second one is the vulnerability, and third one is the attack. So these three things exist in environment. If these three things is not exist in environment, then we don't require the security. So what are these three things? First one is the threat. Threat means suppose disturb the operation or function or integrity or availability of the system or device. So we say it threat. It means there is some problem, there is some disturbance. It may be, for example, suppose some service is available for some time, then it is unavailable for some times. Okay, so there is a one example of the threat. In case of the vulnerability, we check the weakness. That weakness may be come at the time of the designing or configuration or implementation, or when we are going to use it. Okay, so that is the weakness in system. For example, we have a Android operating system. So suppose we want to check what are the weakness of the operating system. So we measure it by a level, severity level of vulnerability. So there are the some range. For example, 0 to 10 is the range. If there is a 0 point something, it means it is a less vulnerable system or operating system or device. Suppose the level or value of that severity is high. For example, it is 9. It means your system, your operating system is very much vulnerable. So we can check what is the vulnerability level of our system, like we are using a smartphone. You just find out that there are the many websites available related to Android operating system. Now third one is the attacks. So attack is the just suppose we want to do something, change the information, modify the information or delay the information. So that action will come inside of the attack. So there are the two type of the attack. One is the active and one is the passive. In case of the passive, we just try to monitor the system or your device, and in case of the active, only we check what is the our target, we try to do that. Means, for example, suppose some attacker want to modify the information. First, he or she need to monitor the environment. What is the time of the message transmission? What is the behavior when it is going to send? There are the many parameters for in monitoring. In case of the active, suppose your target is to modify or delete that message, so that action will be performed. So that is a active attack. Now there is a third thing, how we provide the security. So for that we use the 3D mechanism. So 3D mechanism is difference, detect and defense. So in case of the difference, we just provide the remedy or security while attack happen or not. It means, we suppose, for example, we install a antivirus in our system while attack have come or not. So that is the one example of the difference or we just say it prevention. Now second part is the difference. Sorry, detect. Detect means we need to scan our system after some time or one kind of the interval. For example, we scan our system via antivirus after 15 days or 1 month. So that is one example of the detect. Now third part is the defense. Defense means suppose attack is there, then we need to remove it, or we need to provide some contract. Okay, we will just scan it and try to correct our data. Now again, this is two type of the approach, logical and physical. In case of the logical, we just provide the some kind of the software, and in case of the physical, we just provide the hardware remedy. Now there is some hierarchy of the different type of the security, like as belong to your general security, then information security is there, then network security is there, and there are the security of different device, data and application. So this is the hierarchical where exists our security. So if we recall each and everything again, so there are the two main component, that is passive and active attack. We just say it PA. So because PA is there, so we need a kind of the security mechanism. So security mechanism is a kind of the process, and it is a threading. Okay, but inside of the mechanism we need to provide some cryptographic kind of thing. So there is a one term command we will discuss in next slide. So we use these service inside of the process. For example, we are using antivirus, so we use there some hash algorithm. With help of those hash algorithm, we will provide the your prevention, then scanning, then removing the attack. One example, suppose we want to understand what is exactly security and how much security we provide to our system. So we can understand by one simple example, because this is the COVID-19 period. So suppose there is a one disease. Already we know COVID-19 is the one disease, and there is a some person. Suppose there is a someone person is going to suffering. So you just compare that person is a one system, and that disease like a virus. It may be computer virus. So you just imagine, suppose there is a some disease and one person is suffering from that disease. So there are the group or one doctor who identify, okay, this is the disease and what are the medicine we required. So there may be simple disease like a fever is there, and there are the multiple kind of the tablet exists in medical stores. So in case of the security, there are the command. Command means there are the multiple or huge volume of the algorithm related to security are exist. So now there is a one question you try to think about it. Uh, is we provide all medicine at a time, or we provide some combination? Suppose we have the command, means many algorithms, you just say the 100 or 1000 algorithm is there. So suppose our system is suffering from attack, so we will provide at a time all algorithm, or we will provide with combination. Suppose there are the 5 pillars CAMAN, we will provide at a time CAMAN, or we will use the C or A. So this is the question of the thinking or part of the research. So there are the multiple technique are going to use for attack. Already there are the many speaker. They will provide the information about these attack, how these attack is going to happen. So I am not going to discuss this part. So this is the one real example. Already yesterday Sri Guru Charan Singh ji provide the many example of the real attack. So you just think about that. Now we will talk about the characters. Suppose there is a one terminology cryptography. So there are the some character. In that character, if you read many books, so there is a three main character. One is the Alice, and second one is the Bob, and third one is the Trudy. Okay. So according to your terminology, you can change, or you just think about what may be the character of the when we are going to study or we are going to teach. What are the our character? You can change according to your requirement. But in book there are the three famous character: Alice, Bob, and Trudy. Okay. In our suppose we use these character like J, Viru, and Gabbar. You can use these because these are the three character you can use in your cryptographic term. Okay, there are the two friends J and Viru, and suppose they want to talk to each other, and there are the third person Gabbar who want to receive the intermediate information of those friends. And there is a one network like administrator, there is a Thakur. So you just say each and everything is handled by assigned by some task to J and Viru, and they do the some task, but there is a some intermediate opponent or attacker who want to achieve those information. So according to your environment or what are the different character, you can try to add accordingly. For example, there is a one example. Suppose there are the two friends J and Viru. They want to communicate each other. So there is a third person like attacker who want to receive the data from channel. So this is the one model of the network security. There are the one source and there is a another destination. So source is going to generate the data, and destination are going to receive the data. So source will send the data with some security mechanism. But if suppose intermediate node or component receive that information, that he or she can change and maybe delay and send the updated information to destination. So these are the some attacks which happen on different type of the security. This is the one attack on the confidentiality. We say it the eavesdropping. For example, there is a two friends J and Viru. They want to communicate to each other, but there is a third person who want to access, who are going to access that information. So that case will come into eavesdropping. Now, second one is the attack on integrity, means tampering with message. J and Viru want to communicate each other. They want to send some message, but there is a one person who are going to receive the information and try to modify and send again to destination. So this is the one example of the integrity. Same, this is the attack on the authentication. We say it the fabrication. Means suppose there is a J and someone is other who are saying I am the J, and on the behalf of the J identity, he or she will work and say I am the that person and try to access the information or try to provide the some information to destination. Now, this is the attack on availability. It means suppose some information is available on destination, or some information is going to forward from source. So that information is going to stop. It may be stop from source side, or it may be stopped by receiver side. For example, there is some server. Suppose that server is not available. Okay, so it may be possible some kind of the attack is happen on that server. So the one example of this category is the denial of service. It means we will send the multiple message at a time on that system. So that system performance will be slow or that may be unavailable for service. Now these are the main 8 dimension of security. Suppose there is a access control. So who will care about the access control? Mainly firewall, password or credential are going to use inside of the access control. Then authentication, for that digital signature, certificate are going to use for authentication. Now non-reputation. Non-reputation means suppose there is a source and destination and they deny we have not received any data or we have not sent the data. So that category is called reputation. So the security service is non-reputation. In this case, we will provide some kind of the digital signature or we measure the system logs to provide this service. Now data confidentiality. In this case, we use the encryption algorithm to provide the confidentiality or privacy. Then again, communication security. Generally, we use the VPN, virtual private network or MPLS. Then data integrity. In case of the data integrity, we use the hash algorithm. Okay, so antivirus already we have discussed is the one example of the data integrity. So these are the 8 dimensions. Now there are the 3 security layers. Security layers means we can categorize the complete network into 3 parts. Okay. First part is the infrastructure. Second part is the service and third part is the application. So we need to provide the security on these different layers. Suppose there is a one TCP IP model, so we just categorize the according to this layers according to that. So in network security infrastructure means, for example, your router or device which is related to network, it will cover inside of the infrastructure. Then in case of the service, suppose we are using some internet protocol or frame relay, so we need to care about that. Application part, there is a web browsing, okay, email, e-commerce, so that is a part of the application. So suppose we are using 8 dimension model, so we will apply on these 3 layers. So these are the different protocol which is the inside of the different 3 layers. Now there is a planes. Planes means suppose there is a 3 layers. Again we divide that entire network into different plane where layer also exists. So there is a 3 layers, but there are the multiple 3 planes also. In one plane there is a end user security plane, and there is a second controlling security plane, and third one is the management security plan. So in this plan, we use to provide or we care the security according to different layer, and behind these different layer we provide the service of the 8 dimension. So according to requirement, we will provide the protection or security on these planes. So if we again see, these are the different plans and these are the different protocol used inside of the different plans. For example, it is a end user security plan. So we care about the HTTP, POP, TCP, UDP, IPsec. So these protocol come inside of this plan. So we have categorized the different protocol according to different plans. And now these are the 5 pillar. Already in starting we have said one name, that is command. What is exactly command? So command means these five pillars of the security, or these are the security goals which provide or which are going to use to protect our devices or our system. So first one is the confidentiality. We try to check the privacy inside of confidentiality. Our data is uh, private or not. It means it is visible to other or not. If it is not visible, it means it is a confidential. Now second one is the authentication. Authentication means we will care the what are the, suppose someone want to access the system, so he or she is the user who want to access the system, so we will check the some credential for provide the authentication. Already we have discussed inside of the 8 dimension what are the different terminology, what are the different algorithm or mechanism going to use to achieve the authentication or confidentiality. Now, in case of the message integrity, we check our message is going to receive by receiver in original form or not. Okay. Then access control, our system is available or not, and how we can access, what are the credential going to use to achieve this type of the service. Okay. Non-reputation, already we have discussed what is the meaning of the non-reputation and how we achieve the non-reputation service. So suppose we are working in this area, or we are going to care about the protection of the device. So we provide the confidentiality or authentication or message integrity or access control or non-reputation according to requirement of system. Now we come on the other part, suppose there is some environment. If we add some cryptographic algorithm with that environment, then that system will be kind of the secure system. For example, environment is your network, and we suppose add some cryptographic algorithm, then we say it is a network security. So if we know the about the computer network, then it is okay. Otherwise, this is the one slide which is about the entire network. Okay. In this case, there are the some topology, means physical representation of the system where your device is going to connect. For example, there is some kind of the wire or wireless medium. You will connect that device via wireless. For example, there is some Wi-Fi. Already Wi-Fi is going to connect with some base station or some kind of the switch. So that physical representation is come inside of the topology. Now other part, how we categorize these network into different area. So there are the multiple area like LAN, HAN, CAN, MAN or WAN. The most important part of the computer network is the TCP IP model. In this model, there are the 5 layers like application layer, transport layer, data link layer, and physical layer. Generally, we follow these layers if we are going to communicate between each other via some devices. So we follow these layers order when we are going to use the communication. Now inside of these layer, already we have discussed, there are the multiple protocol. Protocol means there are the sets of rules. Then that rule is going to implemented behind protocol and used for communication or sending the data. So there are the multiple if we follow the TCP IP model, there are the 5 layers, and according to each and every layer there are the some protocol. So for example, on transport layer, there is a TCP and UDP. So you just say TCP is the reliable one and UDP is the fast algorithm. So there are the different purpose of these protocols. Now, in same manner, we can categorize the network security also. In the network security, you just see here the media is same like wired and wireless. And component of the security is security goal. Already we have discussed according to a dimension or according to command. So there are the mainly 5 or 8 security goal. So this is the main part of the security. We are going to provide the security or protection to network. Now, when we are going to provide the or going to achieve the security goal, so we need to care these other things. So main is the attacker. Means who is the attacker? What is the severity of the attacker? According to that severity, we will provide the. We try to achieve the security goal. For example, attack is related to confidentiality. Already we have discussed what is the attack on the confidentiality, what are the attack on the integrity. So according to that service, we identify the attack, which type of the attack is there, then we will provide the remedy. Okay, then if we are going to provide the remedy, there is a different algorithm which is related to your confidentiality or integrity. So first we identify the type of the attacker, then we identify the security goal, then we provide the algorithm according to security goal. When we are going to use the any kind of the algorithm, so there is a main component, that is a key. So key is the most important part inside of the cryptographic algorithm. So we just care about the key. So there are the two type of the key. One is the symmetric key and another one is the asymmetric key. So already in our title it is a symmetric and asymmetric. Asymmetric means we are going to use one key between two party or n party which are going to communicate each other securely. So there is only one single key is going to use between both party. But in case of the asymmetric, there are the one pair of the key. We say it the public and private key. So those two key are going to use for communication. Suppose there are the confidentiality, authentication, integrity. So suppose these are the three your security goal and we want to achieve it. According to requirement, we use the pair of the key. Sometime we use the public key first and we see which type of the security goal is there going to achieve. Then another time we use the private first, then we see which type of the security goal is going to achieve. Now there is a type, for example, we categorize the network security, how we provide the security. So we can categorize into two parts. One is link to link, another one is the end to end. So link to link means we are going to provide the security to each node of the network. For example, there are the 10 devices or 10 for example, it may be your system, it may be your switch, it may be your router, it may be another device. So we will provide the protection or security mechanism to all device. So that is the one example of the link to link. But in case of the end to end, we will care about the only source and destination. So there is again one thinking, you just think about which type of the mechanism is suitable for our requirement or generally going to use. Okay, so which one is the suitable for provide the security, how we can easily handle the, or how we can easily measure the security or attack, which type of the environment is better, link to link or end to end. So this is the one thinking, you just think about it. Now the again most important part is their TCP/IP model, where already we have seen there are the 5 layers. So if we are going to provide the security, already there are the different protocol exist on these layers. So already we have seen in a dimension model, planes and layers. You just categorize according to layers. If this is a TCP/IP model and there are the some layers, so according to layer there are the some security protocol also who are going to care about those layers. Now suppose you are a researcher or developer in this area, this is the one approach how we will use how we will try to develop a big kind of thing and what is the requirement for that. So in this case, there are the main, suppose we have the command. Command means 5 pillars or 5 security goals. So first we try to understand what is those 5 pillars of the security. So for example, there is a one example of the basic, that is a DS. We will discuss what is exactly DS. So DS is the basic security mechanism. Then we will use this DS into enhanced version of these basic kind of the terminology or technology or algorithm. For example, there is a AH and ESP is going to use inside of the IPsec. So IPsec is the one security patch or security standard which is used for network layer. But inside of the network layer, there is a AH and ESP. These are the two main component. And inside of the AH and ESP, the DES is going to use. So by this mechanism, suppose we are working on these areas, first we try to develop a small kind of the algorithm like a DES. Then we try to combine one and two algorithm, try to make the big component, and we try to embed it with security patch or standard. Then we can use that patch with some model like TCP/IP model. So we require the team accordingly. For example, suppose we are going to develop the DES, then it may be one or two researcher work, but if we are developing the IPsec, then we need a kind of the organization or good team of this area. Now same way how we develop, because there are the three things already we have discussed: threat, vulnerability, attack is there. So we need to provide some prevention, or we need to detect again, and after that we need to develop or analysis the environment according to command, confidentiality, integrity and authentication. In some book there is a CIA. So we try to develop or analyze the solution accordingly. So the if we again recall the things, there is a network. Already we have discussed what is exactly network, what are the different layer of the network. Now there is a one part command. Already we have discussed this command and we create the network security here. So if we say command is the cryptography, so we will study some cryptographic algorithm. What are those security algorithms? So we will not discuss the entire cryptographic algorithm. We will discuss some example of the asymmetric or some example of the symmetric algorithm. Now, first example is this. Already this is the online mode, so there is no way I will ask the question and you just answer. So what was the time when cryptography had started? So you can imagine that there is a 3000 BC. Already in Egypt, there is some pyramid, and there are some queen and king is there, and they have write some hieroglyphy on wall of the pyramid. So it means they have the key of that hieroglyphy, and they have itself. So we have no key about that. What are the written on the wall of the your pyramid. So this is the one example of the hieroglyphy. If you see the pyramid example, so there is just some symbol is going to use like leg, feather, lion. So this is a kind of the cryptography technique is going to use inside of the pyramid. So if you just recall the cryptographic technique, what is the period, what is the time of the cryptographic algorithm or mechanism is going to use? So it is a 3000 BC. So we are using some cryptographic mechanism in 3000 BC. So this is not a new term, but in case of the digital, we are using this technology when your internet has come. So what is exactly aerography? For example, there is some symbols. So this is the meaning of the meaning of these symbols is like a father. So there are the one group of the hieroglyphy researcher. They try to decrypt this information without key. So if we are going to decrypt any information without key, it means it will take the very much time. It may be uh, 10 day, it may be 100 day, it may be 10 year, it may be 100 year, it may be 200 year. So there may be very much time it may be taken by for encryption or that try to find out the original message. So there is a one group, it may be they are working on 100 year. So they try to find out the meaning of this aerographic encrypted message. So after that, already you heard about the Julius Caesar. So Julius Caesar is the very famous technique which is going to use inside of the cryptography, and this is the one symmetric approach in cryptography. There are the other algorithm like polyalphabetic. It come in 1466 AD. So in cryptography, what is the exactly meaning of the cryptography? If we say it is a cryptography, it means something is hidden or something is the secret. For example, there is a your name. If you just change the letter position, so your name will be changed. If I don't know what is the position of that letter, then I can't encrypt the your name. Simple example is this. So in the terminology of the cryptography, there is a plain text, there is a ciphertext. Already we have discussed the key. So these are the three main term, and the process name is encryption and decryption in case of the confidentiality. So if suppose we are using the encryption, it means this is done by a source. So source will encrypt your original data with the help of the key and algorithm. Then outcome is called ciphertext. That ciphertext is going to send to destination, and again destination try to decrypt the message with the help of the same key. Okay, for example, there is a lock on your home, you have a key, so you will lock it, and if you want to open that, you just use the same key. So same way in cryptography, already suppose there is some encrypted message, so you just use the decryption algorithm, and with help of the you, then you just receive the original message. So source will send the encrypted message, and destination receive with help of the algorithm and key the original message. So suppose there is some intermediate like attacker, so he or she receive the encrypted message, or it suppose he or she try to encrypt without key, so it will take the very much time. So it depend upon the strength of the algorithm, and what is the length of the key going to use inside of the algorithm. Now, if we categorize the our cryptographic algorithm, so already we have mentioned in the title, it is a symmetric and asymmetric. So in case of the symmetric, further it can be classified into two parts. One is the classical and second one is the block. So in case of the classical, we use the letter by letter encryption or decryption. And in case of the block, we generally use the one bunch of the message. It may be suppose 120 bit at a time we encrypt or decrypt. Further, if we divide the classical, there are the two category. One is the substitute and second one is the transposition. Okay, and you just again find out the many approaches there. You just refer any cryptographic book. So Playfair, polyalphabetic, Hill cipher, one paired, rail fence, pure transposition. So there are the many algorithm exist in case of the classical one. In case of the block, if we categorize the block one, So there are the mainly three algorithm, not three algorithm, they are the multiple algorithm. These are the three example of the block one. For example, DES, data encryption standard is the one example of the block, and Playfair is the example of the classical one. There is a AES, advanced encryption standard, and 3DES. So these are the three block based encryption algorithm which is generally used till date. Okay. Now, in case of the asymmetric, there is a many algorithm like RSA algorithm is there, ECC is there, and for using or sharing the key inside of the asymmetric Diffie-Hellman is there, ECC based Diffie-Hellman algorithm is there. So there are the multiple algorithm exist inside of the asymmetric also. Okay. So I try to discuss one example of the each category. Then we will finish this talk. So one simple example of the classical approach is the Caesar cipher. Already there is a fixed. Suppose there is a fixed formula like there is a plain text. You just add the key and try to calculate the mode with respect to 26. Then your data will be encrypted. For example, it is your name. So you just try to check what is the first letter of your name, and you just find out the value according to that. For example, my name is K, and K is the first letter of the my name, then the value is the 10. Suppose I am using the K is equal to 3, which is the use inside of the Julius Caesar, then K is 3. It means 10 plus 3, it will be 13. If we calculate the mode of the 13 with respect to 26, then it will be a reminder that is 13. So again we check what is the position, what is the letter on 13. It is a N. It means my first letter K will be changed into N if we apply the Caesar cipher with key K is equal to 3. And another, when we are going to decrypt it, so we have the 13, then you just minus 3, then calculate the mode with respect to 26, then again it will be 10, mode 26, then it will be again K. So you can apply on complete name, or what is the message, you just apply simply. So this is the letter by letter. It means we need to calculate. Suppose there are the 20 letter in our message. So we need to do this step. We need to provide this mechanism 20 times. So we receive the 20 ciphertext because we have the 20 plain text. There are the another approach, Playfair. We are not going to discuss. Playfair is there. Then there is a one approach, we say it row transposition or transposition method is there. So in case of the transposition method, we usually use one key. That key is a number. Like you just take the random number with the fixed length. For example, in this example, we have taken the 7 numbers and pick a random combination of 1 to 7 number. For example, 3, 4, 2, 1, 5, 6, 7. So this is the one random combination from 1 to 7 number. Then suppose there is a message. So you just try to fill that message according to row wise. The length of the message will be fixed according to column, and the length of the column is 7. So you just fill the row according to length of the your what are the volume of the your message. You just try to fill into row wise. Then suppose your message is completed, then stop. Then you just encrypt your message with the help of key number. For example, here is the 1. 1 is the first number or first column So first we will take the 1 and it is a column, we make it row. So it is a row transposition or column transposition. So if we are making the row in ciphertext, so it is a row transposition. It means we are going to take the column according to key and going to make it in row. So that approach is called row transposition. So same way you just take the column and you just make it row and you just create a message. That message will be a ciphertext. And in reverse manner, you try to find out the original message. Now in block we will discuss DES. What is the DES? How we try to achieve the original message, how we decrypt the message with the help of the DES. So DES is the one example of the block. So before knowing or we working on the DES, there is a one architecture we need to follow it if we want to know the DES. What is exactly DES? So it is a one example of the simplified DES. So in this case, there is a these are the function which is going to use inside of the SDS. So DS and SDS is the simplified form of the DS. So in this case, we take the input of the 8 bit and there are the one input IP is the initial permutation, then there are the some function, then we swap it, then there is a some function, then there is a last one initial permutation inverse. So these are the 1 2 3 4 5 steps. If we have the 8-bit plain text, then after 5 steps we convert into ciphertext. For that we use two keys. There are the two round. Suppose we want to convert 8-bit to again 8-bit ciphertext, then we need to do these 5 steps 2 times. So that 2 times is we call round. So inside of the DS there are the block side. So it is fixed. There is a ciphertext. The outcome of the algorithm that is also fixed. And there are the some number of the round. It means how many times we repeat the step. So in DS it is 16. In simplified DS it is 2. So according to round, key is going to change. So there is a some process to generate the key also. So initially we take the 10-bit key, but after some process or some kind of mechanism, that key will be 8-bit. So this is the approach. We take this component, this component, this component, then this component, you got the K1. If you just see the reverse side of this approach, already there is a 8-bit key which is already encrypted message. So this encrypted message is going to convert with the help of these component into original 8-bit plain text. But the key is going to change. The process is same. If you just see the both side, first we are going to use IP. Here IP also going to use FK is going to use, then swapping, then FK, then IP inverse. So these are the steps which are going to use converting for encryption or decryption process. So in DS, the process is same in both sides. While we are going to decrypt or encrypt, what is going to change? It is the key. For example, if we are going to encrypt, so we change the order of the key according to round. Suppose there are the 16 round. So in first round, we use the K1. But in case of the reverse, we change the key K16 first. Okay. So this is the way how we encrypt or decrypt the message via SDS. So this is the simple way to understand. This is the ciphertext. What is the inside of the ciphertext? So these are the things: plain text, then IP, then FK, then swapping SW, then FK2, then IP inverse. And this is the process how to generate K1, K2. This is the mistake one, it is the K2. So first we take the key, that is the 10 bit, then we apply the P10, then shift, then P8, then achieve the K1. So same way there is a plain text also. Now this is the process. I am not going to discuss in detail due to time limitation. So by this approach you can generate the key. So we just follow the structure. This is the inside structure of DES algorithm. There is a E by P, there is a S box, and there is a P4. It means this is the one round, and we are going key K1 inside of this one round. Then again we use this swapping. What is the outcome of the first round and what is the input here? Then we swap it. Okay, what happen inside of the DES or your SDS? We take the input, then we divide into two parts. First half part is, you just say left part, and second half part is the right part. So first initially we store the left part, then we work on the right one. Then after this, then we swap your outcome and your right part. So this is the S box. Already S0 and S1 is going to use inside of the simplified. So these are the used for minimizing the bit. And here these are the E by P expansion of the bit. Suppose input is the 4 bit. So there is a one E by P, one permutation or combination of the bit which increase the number of the bits. For example, we have the 4 bit, then it will be 8 bit. But the S box is the reverse of the E by P. The objective of the S box is to minimize the keys. Suppose there is a 4 bit, then outcome will be 2 bit. Like in electronics, it is a coder and decoder. So these are the some intermediate or some component. These are the value, like P4 is this, and you just see here this is the IP, this is the IP inverse, then E by P. So suppose there is a some input, according to this we apply these input, we take the input and apply, then we got the original one. Now this is the structure, or you just say the steps for your DES. So if you recall the SDS, then it will be easy to understand what is exactly DES. So you just see here there is a 64 bit of the plain text. Then we apply the initial permutation, then round 1, round 2, round 16. Then swap according to first round, second round. Then apply the initial permutation at the last round. Then you got the original ciphertext. And this is the way how we generate the 16 key for each round. Okay, we apply the PC1, then left circular, then PC2. So same way there is a DES, and 3 DES is the extension of the DES. It means suppose there are the key K1, and that is the K1 to K16. For example, the size of the key is the 64 bit. So inside of the DES we use 3 times process of the 1 DES, means 16 round is going to use 3 times, 16, then 16, then 16. It means we use the 48 round, then we got the original ciphertext, but the key is going to change according to requirement. So there may be some combination of the key. It means the 16 first round 16 key in DES is called K1. In second round of the 3 DES, which is a 16 there is a 16 round in DES, and you just say the second round of the 3 DES. So we change the key. You just say the name of the key is the K2. In third round there is a K3. So we can make some combination and we change the key in each level, or we will not change the key. So you just think about, there is some question, what is the effect if we change the key? If we will not change, what is the effect? So you just think about what is the effect if we change or we will not change. Now there is a one terminology, you just say primitive root. Okay, generally primitive root is going to use inside of the Diffie-Hellman algorithm. Okay. Hello.
Yes, sir.
You just tell me the timing. Okay. कब मुझे finish करना मैं उस समय कर दूंगा. So there is a primitive root also. So according to this primitive root is going to use inside of Diffie-Hellman algorithm. So I am not going to detail this primitive root. Primitive root means suppose there is a one number and we try to calculate the mode with respect to particular number. So we try to calculate the n minus 1 mode of particular, suppose there is a one number a and there is a mode like 19 or p. So we will calculate the a to the power n minus 1. N is the mode. So a to the power 18. Then we first calculate the a, then a square, then a3, then a4 up to a18. If the value are the different in each round, when you are going to calculate the remainder and the value is different, it means that is the primitive root of n. Means the a is the primitive root of the n. Okay, if you just see the 2 and 3, these are providing the different remainder on each case. You just calculate a square, a15, a16, a18, then value are the different. So you can say the 2 is the primitive root of 90. So this is one example. If you change the n value, then this remainder will be different with respect to 2 or 3. Now this is the one algorithm or one approach which is going to use inside of the cryptography. We just say it multiplicative inverse. Suppose there are the two numbers. If we multiply those two numbers and try to calculate the mode with respect to some particular number, so it should be 1. So that is a multiplicative inverse. If number is small, then it is easy, you can calculate. If the number are big, then it is difficult to calculate the multiplicative inverse of each other. So there are the extended Euclid algorithm that is used to calculate the multiplicative inverse of that algorithm, that numbers. Now there is a RSA algorithm. RSA algorithm is the one example of asymmetric algorithm. The objective of the RSA is to provide the confidentiality as well as to provide the authentication. So these are the some steps which is going to use inside of the RSA algorithm. For example, we use the P and Q. Then we try to multiply these number and is equal to P and Q. Then there is a one Toisen function. What is the Toisen function? Suppose we calculate the Toisen value, and if number is prime, then the value will be number minus 1. For example, there is a P already we have said these are the prime and both are not equal. So P minus 1 will be the Toisen with respect to P, and Q minus 1, because it is also prime, it will be the Toisen value according to or respect to Q. Then we select the one intermediate number, we say it E, which is going to use to generate the key. Okay. So there is a one condition. We try to calculate the GCD with respect to phi n and E. Is 1 or not? If it is a 1, it means your selection is okay. If it is not 1, it means you are selecting the wrong number. The value of the E should be greater than 1 and less than Poisson function. Okay. Well, what is the value of the phi n? For example, phi n is the multiplication of P minus 1 then Q minus 1. It means the E should be select from 1 to phi n. Then you just calculate the D. What is the exactly D? D means D and E are the multiplicative uh, of each other, multiplicative inverse of each other. For example, we multiply E and D, then you just got the 1 with respect to phi n. So there is a phi n that is used for mode. Okay, so that will be come from here, and you just calculate the D like this. Suppose number are the big, then you just use the multiplicative inverse algorithm to calculate the D. Okay, now you can set what is the public key and private key. If you say about the DES, AES, 3DS, they are the symmetric algorithm. But already we have discussed the there is a asymmetric algorithm which use the public and private key. Public and private key is a pair of the key. So this is the one example. You just say public key means PU. Okay, so it is a combination of the E and N. Already in this algorithm, N is the multiplication of the two prime numbers. Okay, then again you just set the PR. If you calculate the D, then you just apply the D. You just make another private key, which is a combination of the D and N. Now this is this algorithm going to use here for confidentiality, because we are using public key first, then private key at the receiver side. So this part is the encryption, means it is a source part, and this is the decryption process. It is a receiver side. Receiver are going to decrypt the message. So here your message is less than n, then you just calculate the C is equal to m to the power E mod n. Already n is the multiplication of the two number. E we have calculated here. We have select here E is this. Then you just see m to the power E mod n. So if you find out the remainder, so that will be C. Suppose there is some letter, there is no number. For example, it is my name, or there is some message. So how we encrypt or decrypt with the help of this RSA algorithm? For that you need to convert that letter into number with the help of the ASCII value or another approach. You just provide any kind of the coding, then convert into number, then apply. Suppose there are the 10 number, then you again need to apply this algorithm 10 times. Okay, in reverse manner your m will be C to the power D mod n. So this is the one example of the confidentiality. Suppose we change the key here. We first use the D here and we use E here. Then your security goal will be changed. So it will be authentication. It means with the help of the RSA, we can achieve the confidentiality as well as authentication. Now third part is not there, that is a integrity. So suppose we want to achieve the integrity, generally we use the hash algorithm, and we use some digital signature to provide the protection to those hash if we are going to share between source and destination. So if we are working in this area, we are the researcher of this area. So quantum cryptography is the one main key area or future of the cryptography. You can find out the many literature which is available in quantum cryptography. Already we have one speaker. He will give the one talk on quantum cryptography. Then you just try to find out some food from that. So if we try to conclude the talk, already we have the many networks, like we have the cloud and we have the IoT, cyber is there, WSN there. So we need to care. There are the multiple kind of the security challenges, like switching, routing, accessing. Then we need to provide the security remedy at that time. And what we have already, we have the command. Already we have discussed what is exactly command and what are the component of the command, what are the algorithm going to use inside of the command. Already we touched to confidentiality, authentication. Okay, for message integrity or non-reputation, we generally use the hash algorithm and digital signature. So if we categorize the entire networks, there are the three main part: data, wave, and channel. So we need to provide the security on your data. Like suppose there is a cloud or there is some server and data is going to store there, then we need to provide the security to that data. Suppose we are using any kind of the web application, so it may be there are the some protocol is going to use to provide the security. If you see that protocol, some cryptographic function is going to use to provide the security accordingly. Same way, we can find out the channel security. So this is the one example. Suppose we want to provide the security to your IoT. So you just care, or you just need to provide the security to IoT device or base station and your for authentication cloud side. So we can use the some kind of suppose we are not in same discipline, then we can use work in interdiscipline. Suppose there is some person related to biotech or as related to medical. So that, for example, DNA is there. So that DNA may be used as a key, and we just use with some algorithm, and we can create a good algorithm because the DNA also unique, and we can create a cryptographic kind of the solution and apply with some data security or channel security or your intermediate kind of the security. So by conclusion, already we have started what we have in our hand. Already the most important thing in our hand, that is our smartphone or mobile. Okay, we can't live without that mobile. So if we have the mobile or laptop, so it is going to connect with the network, and your data is going to store on server or cloud. So if we talk about the mobile or PC, it have the Android operating system or some application. If we talk about the network, there is a Wi-Fi, SIM, and wired. If we talk about the server and cloud, there is a web page and API. So we need to care about these things. These are the main part, because we are going to connect to each other via these things. So operating system is one, your channel is one, your server or API is there. So we need to care about these security. So main challenges, or suppose you are going to research in this area. So what is we need to care? First one is the attack. You just try to identify which type of the attack is there. What is the severity level of the attack? Then you try to identify. After that, you just apply the security remedy. Okay, which type of the security is required of for this attack? Okay, suppose there is an attack on confidentiality, then we try to provide the confidential related remedy. Now, third part is, suppose we apply the security, then how much security we can apply? So we need to care about the overhead. What is overhead of that algorithm? So these are the three things. Suppose you are working in this area, you are a researcher or you are the developer, then you need to care about these three things. First attack, then security algorithm, then third one is the overhead of that algorithm. As a, it is not suppose you are going to apply that algorithm, suppose it is very heavy, then your system will be hang out. So you just care about the solution. Your solution should be lightweight and secure. So thank you very much. This is not ending. There are the many speakers who talk about the many things related to cyber and network security. So you just pay attention. Thank you very much. If there is any question, you may ask.
Hello.
Hello.
This is Mohan.
Yes.
Sir, what is the difference between network security and cyber security?
Hello.
Hello.
Yes, yes.
Sir, what is the difference between network security and cyber security?
Okay.
Is there two different areas or?
Yes, yes. Already, if suppose there already, if you see the some slide we have categorized in initially. There are the 8 plane already we discussed, and there are the 3 layers we have discussed. Then 3 plane is there. Okay. If we categorize the different thing, for example, we talk about the network. Network means your router is there, your switch is there, your intermediate or channel is there. Okay. So we try to provide the security to those things. So network part is that only your network related device. It may be your firewall if it is a part of network. Okay. Now, if we talk about the cyber, so cyber means it will cover kind of the application generally and your data. For example, some data is going to store on cloud or server. If we are going to use some applications, so it covered that also. If we combine the entire architecture, so already I have made one slide related to pyramid. So if we are going to care about the cyber, so we care each and everything, because suppose we are sending the data from our device and it is not secure, it means it is going to contribute some vulnerability. It means vulnerability is going to increase and your security are going to breach. So according to me, the network security means it will care about the router, switch, and related to network device. If we talk about the cyber, it is a entire pyramid. Okay, which cover the each and everything. Okay.
Sir, could you comment on the utilization of cryptography in cloud?
Hello.
Utilization of cryptography in cloud.
Okay, in a cloud, generally, if what is the main thing on cloud? So there are the two things. One is the data, and second is the access control. Already, if there is a some cloud is there, it means there is a some company. If legally we say we don't care about the security of the cloud, already there is a one party who are providing the service. So legally he or she, that organization is the bounded to provide the security. If you have taken the a package related to security, for example, there is some selection you want to achieve the cloud service with security or without security. So according to that, the legally that company will be responsible to provide the security. If we say that technically what is the part of the cloud security, so it is a authentication, means how we are going to access our information. So what are the algorithm going to use inside of the authentication process? Second, the data, where your data is going to is stored. So what are the algorithm is going to use inside of security of the data? And third one is the infrastructure. Is your server or your device is securely, like there is a kind of the CCTV or hardware or not? For example, there is a some server and someone take that server, okay, as a completely. So what happened? Your data will go with that server. Okay. So these are the three parameters inside of the cloud we should care. Okay.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
Any other?
Sir, what are the alternative of cryptography? Because it takes
Okay.
it's a time consuming work in encryption and decryption. It takes lot of time. So do we have any alternative of cryptography?
Actually, there are the two things. Suppose we try to find out the alternative, then we will bear the security. Means security may be breached. If already we have studied the many book or many things, so already there are the maximum approach are the related to cryptography. But there is a one thing like trust. Okay, trust maybe there are the many approach which is the cryptography less. You just try to calculate the trust between two party, and there may be a different application or different kind of the software or mechanism used inside of the trust to calculation. For example, there is a one source and one there is a one party, you just say the destination. You just calculate the trust of each party. Suppose there is a third party there which is going to access our information or try to modify the information. It means the trust value of that third party will be less with respect to destination. So in this approach, we are not going to use any kind of the cryptographic algorithm. Okay, so that may be one alternative. But if we see the entire your model which we are going to use, like a TCP model or any kind of the infrastructure, cryptography is going to use. It may be the size of the cryptography algorithm is very less. So it is our responsibility, if we are the researcher, we try to provide the lightweight solution for this heterogeneous environment. For example, we have the mobile or very small device like sensor. So we should care about that. We will provide the lightweight cryptographic solution. So all work will be going on. Hello.
Good morning, sir.
Yeah.
Good morning, sir. Sir, myself, Dr. Arun Tripathi from Kite Group of Institutions. Sir, my basic query is, should we go for the private key or public key cryptography? Which one is better?
Public or private? Public or private are the one pair. We can't live without one. Okay. Suppose there is a pair of the shoe, so we will just take the both. If we talk about the symmetric and asymmetric, then it will be a selection. So we will take the symmetric or asymmetric. But if we are talking about the public and private, it depends upon the requirement. Okay. But we will take at a time both.
Okay. Sir, basically, is there any measurement like the speed or sir, more secure, something like that one? Is there any parameters, sir?
For what?
For choosing the symmetric or asymmetric key cryptography?
Actually, this is not, suppose there is some organization. For example, we are using some banking service. Okay.
Right, sir.
So we depend upon the bank. So it is not our choice. What bank is going to select? For example, bank want to take the service of the DES. So there is some organization, that organization creates some protocol or some algorithm which use the DES. Okay. So DS means we are using the symmetric method. So it is depend upon the application or service, which type of the service we are going to use. Suppose we are a researcher or developer, then this question is the genuine. So then we can think which type of the approach is better. So according to that, I will say the symmetric is better. But in symmetric, the security breach may be happen because there is only one key. But in case of the public and private, there is a two key. So according to quantity, and in case of the public and private, there is a third party who generate the public and private key. We have already have not decide part how we share we generate the public and private key. So public and private selection is the more secure, but it is takes some overhead. But in case of the symmetric, it is less secure but lightweight.
Thank you, sir. Thanks a lot.
Hello, sir. Sir, we
Yes.
have to start next session also. That's why.
Yes, yes. So we will
And this is
conclude
the.
this.
Yes,
Thank
sir.
you
There
very
is
much,
one query also.
participant.
Hello.
Yes, yes.
It is already time
Hello,
up
sir.
now.
Good afternoon.
So you just,
I think one more query here we have, sir.
if there is any query, you just send me on my.
Hello, sir.
Hello. Hello.
Yes, ma'am.
I think there is a network problem from Karan, sir.
Yes.
Wait for 2 seconds.
Okay.
Hello. I think, hello, sir. Karan,
Yes.
sir.
Lata, now I think you should end the session. There is a problem, huh?
Yes,
So the
sir. There is
next,
something network problem, I
next
think.
session
Yeah.
has to also begin. Hmm.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Just here I'll conclude. Thank you, sir, for a nice session. I cannot applause here, but I can't stop myself appreciating Dr. Karan Singh, sir, for giving a wonderful session. Thank you, sir, for sharing knowledgeable content in the area of cybersecurity. And I hope everybody is enjoying the same. And thank you so much. And now we will be proceeding for 10 to 15 minutes break. Then after that, the second session will be going on. Okay? So now you just,
Tell them,
yes, sir.
tell them to be there by 12:10 so that the session can begin.
Yes, sir. After 10 minutes, please continue the same. Okay?
Give them a
Thank
fixed
you
time.
all.
लो बेटा खत्म हो गया अब थोड़ा सा काम
Hello. Hello.
Yes, sir.
मेरा नेट कट गया था एक्चुअल में. हेलो.
Yes, yes, sir.
सर राजीव है क्या राजीव?
Hello.
हेलो.
Hello, yes, sir. Sir.
हाँ हाँ.
Hello. Karan, sir.
हाँ हाँ.
Sir, it was a wonderful session. And
Okay, thank you.
many people were commenting in the message box that sir, please unmute yourself.
थोड़ी सी लोगों का पहली चीज ये है
तो मन
Hello.
Yes, sir.
So we'll be assembling at 12:10, है ना?
Now it is 12:03, sir. Yes, sir. 12:15.
Hmm.
Around 12:15.
Hmm. ठीक. हेलो
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
मैं क्या इधर राजीव जी हैं उधर?
सर राजीव नहीं है 3 घंटे के लिए। मैं ही हूँ, होस्ट हूँ।
नहीं
बताइए सर।
मुझे लगता है सम ऑफ द पार्टिसिपेंट्स आर अनम्यूटेड ऑल द टाइम, है ना? आज तो खैर डिस्टरबेंस नहीं हुई।
नहीं सर, होस्ट म्यूट कर सकते हैं, को होस्ट भी म्यूट कर सकते हैं।
नहीं मैं वही देख रहा था, बट व्हाट इज हैपनिंग इज प्रॉब्ली आज तो डिस्टरबेंस नहीं, बट सम ऑफ द पार्टिसिपेंट्स आर अनम्यूटेड ऑल द टाइम,
यस सर।
है ना? एंड देन देयर वाज लिटिल डिस्टरबेंस एट अ टाइम, नॉट मच टुडे, बट until unless there is no disturbance, fine. If there is a disturbance, because we have been
यस सर,
requesting all participants to keep themselves muted
कीप देम
during the
अनम्यूट।
right, but they are not doing that. Some of them are not doing that.
यस सर।
So if there is a problem, my request is the host should mute all and don't give the power to unmute until you give the power them to unmute.
यस सर।
There is an option to mute
We mute them and
and don't
whenever
allow them to unmute
somebody
themselves.
says,
There is an option you can set that they cannot
yes sir,
unmute themselves,
yes sir, I know।
है ना? जब
और
सेशन खत्म, when the session is over, then you unmute them, then they'll ask questions.
yes sir, definitely I'll do that, sir।
Otherwise there are, I said 10, I saw around 8-10 participants who kept them unmuted, but there was little disturbance at twice or 1 or 2 times, not much today, but it's good that way. If they maintain that, I don't mind.
yes sir।
But फिर भी होता ना, आप unmuted है, पीछे बच्चा आ गया घर में, everybody is at home, the child may come, somebody else may come, that will create disturbances for all without knowing.
yes sir।
तो उसमें वही करना पड़ेगा ऑप्शन सेट कि they don't give them power to unmute, अगर ज्यादा डिस्टरबेंस हो तो, है ना? देख लेना,
ठीक है सर।
है ना?
Hello. Hello.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yes, Manisha.
So, ma'am, break is over now.
Wait for 2 minutes. Let me confirm with the Karan sir. Wait for 2 minutes.
Okay.
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 Manisha. Hello, Manisha. Hello, unmute yourself.
Yes, now it is.
Okay. You can start the session, Manisha.
Hello.
Hello, you can start the session.
Okay. Okay, ma'am. All have come. Lobyal sir and Karan sir has joined, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Okay. So, a very good afternoon to one and all present here. After a short break, I am Manisha Yadav and I feel privileged to welcome you all in the second technical session of day 2 of this faculty development program on cyber security organized by SCSS JNU. The aim of education is the knowledge, not to fact but the values. This FDP gives us an opportunity to enrich and test our knowledge and understanding as well. We look forward to get an exposure about what the best of the brains can think about this very burning issue like cybersecurity. So with this note, without taking much time, I take this opportunity to introduce you all with our expert speaker for this session. I welcome to Dr. Anup Girighar sir from Sedulity Solutions and Technologies, Delhi, here in this session of Faculty Development Program. Sir will deliver a talk on the topic vulnerability assessment and penetration testing. Dr. Anup Girighar works as a cybersecurity consultant and also is an independent cybercrime investigator. Dr. Girighar plays active role as editor-in-chief of Cyber Time Press. Sir is also editor-in-chief of Cyber Times International Journal of Technology and Management. Girdhar sir is also a member of Technical Board Advisory with Indira Gandhi National Open University for Information Security course at UG and PG level as well. So, ladies and gentlemen, join me in welcoming of Dr. Anup Girdhar sir. Welcome you, sir. Dr. Anup Girdhar sir. Sir, are you able to hear me, sir?
Sir, is there or not?
Hello.
Yeah, thank you so much. Am I audible now?
Welcome, sir.
Yes.
Yes, sir. Welcome, sir.
Thank you so much, ma'am. So it's been indeed privilege for me to be a part of such a wonderful FDP training organized by JNU, and I really thankful to the entire committee member, especially to Lobyal sir and our Karan sir. So Dr. Karan Singh sir, thank you so much for inviting me in this particular session. I would like to cover lots of things today in terms of vulnerability assessments and penetration testing. What is this vulnerability assessment and what is this penetration testing part all about? Lots of things to be covered, lots of things to be, discussed.
Excuse me, sir. Excuse me, sir.
Please.
Sorry to disturb you in between. Do you have any slides to share here?
Yes. So I would like to share my entire screen because I have to show some practicals also.
Okay. So I'll stop my slides here. Then you can share your slide. Okay, sir.
Okay. Thank you.
I I hope you are the co-host for this session, right?
Yeah, I think now
Yeah. Yes, sir.
screen is shared, right? Thank
Yeah.
you.
Yeah. Now it is displayed. Thank you, sir.
Okay. 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 So the concern is, yeah, I certainly I'll share, Mr. Sharma. I'll just share these slides also. Don't worry. So the main concern is what is vulnerability assessment and how we'll work on the vulnerability assessment part. It's a generally there's a big doubt nowadays, like we want to go for penetration testing. We have a concepts like vulnerability assessment. We have a concept like auditing. So what exactly we are doing, and we are sometimes going to confuse with few of the things, few of the technical terms, that what exactly is required and what the things are required at what particular time. So certain things which we have to discuss today in the practical scenario, as well as we are going to discuss about many different terms, what are the different tools, different methodologies, and again I'm going to show you some practicals. So I'm going to cover some practicals also in this particular session. So before going to start all these things, first of all, I would like to share that, see, we are going to work on multiple platforms. We are going to share some practicals and a theoretical part as well. I just share one of the course slide for you. First of all, say I'll start with, I have some virtual machines in my computer. Parallelly, I'm just going to start all these things. So practically, I'm going to show you all these stuff. Now the concern is, what is security all about? I think then this FDP is completely based on cybersecurity domain. And whenever we are into the security, we are going to talk about different type of scenarios, different type of security concerns. We have lots of domains. Nowadays, cybersecurity itself is it's like a sky, because now we have lots and lots of domains in this computer science department. And whenever we talk about security, so security again is a real-time challenge. What is security? Where is security? In fact, if we'll start with a very basic points, so you'll be understand that there are major loopholes even in securities. I'll take a few silly questions. Generally, I'll start my sessions with these few silly questions. So one of the first major silly question is like, how many of us really working upon emails? I hope we all are working on mails, email systems. You can't imagine, our mail servers have lots of vulnerabilities, have lots of challenges. And the best part is, like, anyone can compose a mail and drop a mail to someone else if they are not aware like what exactly is going in the security terms. Security has to be implemented. Means if I talk from the networking perspective, so according to OSI model, there are 7 layers. I always appreciate like the people who really work on the security channels on all the 7 layers. Security is not only in the application side, security is not on the server side, it's not only on the network side, but actually it has to be implemented on all 7 layers, from physical level security to many multiple level securities. So that all the types of securities has to be taken care, and we have to actually audit, we have to analyze the entire security model from the very close point of view. Apart of that, we all are on, like nowadays, on mobiles, Android, iOS. Frankly speaking, stop using it or take precautions if you are not aware what you are doing, because your mobiles are again a kind of a platform like Linux. So your Android operating system is also based on Linux. Your nowadays like Apple Mac and other operating systems are completely based on Linux architecture. In fact, nowadays the latest operating system of Windows is also compliant to Linux. So even you can run Ubuntu on Windows. So Windows, Microsoft is giving you the platform to come and work and do some hands-on practice on Ubuntu, because it is really compliant to that Linux part. Open source part. Everybody is promoting open source. What are the reasons? What are the type of challenges, even in the operating system? So how can we really identify those vulnerabilities? And can we able to analyze not only the mobile or any particular platform? There are many different types of security challenges and many different applications, different types of network services. So even we have lots of ports in the computer. I hope you are already aware of that. There are basically 65,536 ports are there in every digital device. So even you are using Fitbit, you are using Android TV, IoT devices, IoT based ACs, or your laptop, computer, mobiles are already there. You can't imagine, wherever the networking is possible, the 65,536 ports are available on each network interface. And we are not aware what type of services are running on a real time, that somebody might be compromising our systems through internet applications, sending some links, some deploying some applications, and we consider it as a trusted application and will accept those applications or those links, and that's a time our machines become vulnerable. What is vulnerable? What are threats? What are the real-time challenges? So there are many things which are going on nowadays. We are talking about, in case if we are talking about threats, right? So in case if we are talking about threats, so threats are what? Threats are basically a potential a vulnerable part, means we are trying to somebody is trying to make a certain attacks on the potential security systems. So whether our systems are equipped with that level of threats, like nowadays we had lots of cases about, like even banking systems, there was an attack like ransomware attack, WannaCry, Petya, non-Petya, and many other new attacks are coming. All these attacks are what? These attacks are going to basically giving a threat. Initially they threat to our existing infrastructures. Could be ATM machines. So I hope you remember once the WannaCry came across the entire country, even many different countries. So they were all working on, and they got threatened. So what they did, simply stop their services.
Excuse me, sir. This is Manisha, moderator, sir.
Yes,
Sir, sorry to interrupt you, but your screen is not visible to us, sir. Sir, will you please again start sharing your screen?
Okay. Is that visible now?
Not yet, sir.
But I already shared and it is working, because I'm working with mobile as well as on laptop. So on mobile, I'm seeing the screen has already been shared. Kindly cross check.
But sir, yes, sir. Please, sir.
Yeah, just take a look. Yes, it is working, ma'am.
Now it's visible, sir.
Don't worry, I'll come to that.
Yes, now
I'll share it accordingly.
Okay, sir. But that time not available, sir. No issue, sir. Please continue, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Okay, so the concern is how we'll identify where is the security issues. Now I'll give you a clue. Nowadays, like everybody have their own opinion, but I'll give you a one wonderful part. Means first we need to understand the real-time auditing process. Even though nowadays lots of courses are going on security auditing, certified information security auditors, CISA, and many other security courses are there. In fact, have you heard about like what is security process? According to me, basically the security, whenever we are talking about vulnerability part, the vulnerability has to be worked on many different grounds. In other way, vulnerability assessment is itself. So it is visible. Please check.
Yes, sir. Now it is visible.
All right.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. So the concern is like whenever we are talking about security part. So what is vulnerability assessment? So basically what we need to do, we have to basically work on it is a process of identifying the technical vulnerabilities in computer or networks, as well as the weakness in the policy and the practice related to the operations of these systems. So basically we have to talk about the architecture which we are using, what type of architecture, what is the management policies. First we need to identify it. Now how to identify? What is the practical part of the identification of the vulnerability part? So according to me, it has to be actually initiated into 3 different stages. First, the first major stage is first you have to go for asset management. What is the asset management part? Asset management means that we have to identify what all the types of assets, the applications, the tools, the utilities, the process, running process, memory management, applications, open ports, installed applications in a particular operating system. So the first basic part is asset management. We need to understand what all the types of assets are there in our system. In case if we are aware of, I think we can able to identify many good things out of it. I'll just show you a small practical on this as well. So just take a look. I have this Windows installed. So I need to do asset management of this Windows. Asset is not only hardware that you have printer, scanner, webcam, mic, but a software also have the asset. So one Windows is already installed in your computer. My concern is, can you able to analyze what the type of application has already been installed in your computers? Can you able to give me the list of the tools which are running in your computer? So one of the basic part is asset management. For that, it's a part of basically the auditing. Now, auditing is different from vulnerability assessment. Please try and understand. So practically, I'm showing you what is the real difference. In terms of auditing, we'll talk about asset management. So these are one of the small tool which I'm running in front of you. This tool is called as Win Audit. Win Audit is a basic tool, and simply I just need to double click or start. The moment you'll start, we need not to do any good thing. It works for itself. And I think within next 30 seconds or in 1 minute, you'll get a big list of the entire tool. See, I got a complete list. The auditing is over now. Now, can you imagine what all the information this software has already been grabbed by this particular part? So we can just try to guess. See, this is the name of the computer. They'll give you the computer name, your details, which operating system you are using, that it's a Windows 7 32-bit, on which model, model. I'm running it in virtual machine as I've shown you. I started in virtual machine. What type of processor I'm using, say it is i3 processor, Intel. The memory, it's 2 GB I have given for this virtual machine, hard drive details, and the user name, password, and for how long this machine was active. So even we'll get a system update that it was just started 10 minutes before on this date, this time. And not only this, just take a look on the left side panel. If you'll see the left side panel, I'll just try to extend this panel. Okay. So now you can see it gives you your entire system overview details, the list of the softwares which has already been installed in your computers. Like I installed Microsoft Windows, or in Windows we have Office 2010 and all other application. So if I already have one application like MS Office or other, like I deployed Photoshop, so which Photoshop version is there inside this? And again, other details are there when it was installed. So I installed Google Updater on which date? 6/10/2015. Last Google Updater was executed on my computer on this date, this time. .NET framework was again with version 4. So can we able to identify when it was installed, from where it was installed, and what is the location, how it is running internally. So these are the real-time applications, because I got many queries. Sir, in our machine, some ports are open, but we are unable to identify what type of ports are available on the system. So in case if I want to identify if any particular port is running on my system or not, so what are those ports? How to identify whether those ports are available or not? So in that case, we generally run some commands. So some commands like, I'll run a CMD, a command prompt for you. I'll increase the font size. So just take a look. I just recently connected to the network, to internet. Now I'm running, say, one command like ipconfig. So what is the IP address of my machine? That is 192.168.1.5. Is the IP address which is currently connected in Windows machine. And at this time, if I want to check that any services which are running on the backend or not, so I use one command called netstat -n. So -n is for numeric value. So you can see the list that even though I have not started any browser, my machine is where the IP is 192.168.1.5. So what exactly it shows you? The list of the protocols which are running in your computer, along with the local addresses. So these are my local IP addresses along with the port numbers, and the foreign IP address. So it means my machine is presently connected with these IP addresses where the port number is 80 or 443. So what is 80? 80 means HTTP protocol, and 443 means HTTPS protocol. My concern is why my machine is connected to this particular IP. I don't know. I am not connected to any web services or web application. Still my machine is connected. So what does it mean? What is the criteria? Can we able to analyze from where we are connected, how we are connected, and what type of services which are running on the back end? For that, what we need to do? We have another concept. So again, my concern is if any particular application is running or running certain ports, we can even analyze the ports from these lists. So you can go and check even the running services. See, we have at the bottom last third one. If you can see on the left panel, running programs. So what are the internal running programs? So all these are the internal running programs in my computer, right? And accordingly, I need to check whether any one of the application sends some internet request, say webcompanion.exe. So might be this is one of the exe which is actually running on a backend and trying to connect to internet. So what all I need to see? I just need to check whether any web companion is there or not. See, it is there. So what all I need to do? I need to right click and even I want to quit. So what does it mean? It means whenever you start your computer and you're connected to the network, automatically some applications started. And once it started, they basically try to connect on the backend with certain port numbers. So these are the certain port numbers which you can see on the backend. And even we can analyze and we can identify by using some footprinting methods to analyze, like there is a concept called whois. So on Google, you just need to go to whois. Like I have one website, whois.domaintools.com. And on that, you just need to pass this IP and you can check. I'll show you otherwise. So whois.domaintools.com/ then again we need an IP, like let me try this 23 IP, 23.210.252.251, 252.251. So I want to check what all the services, where this IP located. Can we able to analyze the details of this particular system? You might need to face some captcha or so. I really appreciate, means if you really want to learn cyber security, then actually I appreciate that you must be more on Linux, because then you need not to go for this Windows or basic tools or something like that. In Linux, there is an inbuilt command called OS, which gives you the complete details. So now my concern is, see Akamai, so there is a one, might be a one, and my request is going to Belgium. Why my system request is going to Belgium? That means one of the application where carrying some malwares or sending some information to some third-party company, to third-party country. And this Akamai, so Akamai is basically one of the hardware products generally. So it means if you are using any particular product that might be sending some information to their servers. So we need to cross-check which hardware is there in the network, who's actually trying to connect with these servers, and we are trying to identify their services. So these are the concerns. These are the backend core concerns. So this is dangerous. Now what we need to do, we actually have to mitigate. So this is a vulnerability according to me. Why my data? According to me, I already have antivirus, highly secure, everything is fine. But once you execute some real-time application or third-party tools or some URLs, actually your system connected to some third-party servers. And we are not aware what type of servers are those and what type of information they are grabbing from my system. So this is the real-time practical where I got some, means it's a basic threat according to me. It is vulnerable or not, it's a different concern. So my concern is that the data is moving to this particular IP via this particular port number. So from my machine, the port number is 49167. Can we identify this port? What type of service is running on this port? And can we able to mitigate the ports or risk factors? Can we block the ports and so on? So this is the real-time challenge in the security part, that you know that some services are running, but you are not aware which type of services are those, whether it is really working or not. And in case if it is working, where my data is going, what type of application, because the connection is established. The connection is established. Why it is established? It means it's a three-way handshake model. And if it's a three-way handshake, it means that might be more vulnerable. Right? Some data is moving. Might be some reverse TCP connections are there. That reverse TCP connection I'll cover in pen testing part also. So first is asset management. We need to understand what all the types of assets are there in my system. All the list of the application, when it was installed programs. So you will get a big list that you have MS Office, like Excel and other. So I dropped Excel, I installed Excel. When I installed this Excel, when Excel 2010, that was installed on 6 October 2015. So in case even if you are using any pirated operating system or any pirated application, how Microsoft get to know that you are using their software from that specific date, and they generate a bills, means a challans, or for the compensation purpose that you are using a pirated one. So the purpose is your operating system itself carries all the information. Security risks, what type of security information which you are running in your operating system. So I hope you know about the one of the authentication policy, that is Kerberos. Itself is a protocol which try to analyze your Windows authentication policies. That is a Kerberos tickets. So security channel, user privileges, how many groups and users you have in your computer. So you will get a list, might be have some hidden users. So what is the default username in Windows? Basically it is administrator, and a username which you have created is also like an administrator. At the time of installation, it asks you which username you have installed. So your username is different. Like I have already running with the username, like, see, it's root. So I boot my computer with a username called root, but there is a one more hidden user, that is administrator. So even hacker try to log in either from your username, but if your username is already protected by some good passwords, so even they'll try to hit with the administrators. So same way in Linux or other operating system as well. So we need to cross check what all the policies are there in the practical terms. We need to cross check the things, how the thing, internal activities are going on. You have some TCP connections. So what are those TCP connections? Why my machine is connected, on which particular part, what is the IP series, which ports are open by default in my computer. So you can cross check like this. You're able to understand all the details that, see, this is in the listening mode, this is in running mode, connected mode, and so on. So we can able to analyze. So this is a TCP connection, process ID number. So even if you have seen, now cross check, what was my port number? 49167. 49167. Okay, I just try. Okay, now it is closed internally. Let's say this is a port. Let us assume 49157, suppose. So if it is open, it is a TCP connection. And what type of TCP connection? It is connected with the port process ID number, that is, let's say 3692. Now, what exactly the application is running on this process ID? So manually we can also check. We can go and open our task manager, and you can go to the process. So you will get your process and your process details, right? And even you can cross check, you can double click, or you can identify their process details or their properties, that what type of applications internally running in your computer. So all your details are there, where it is located, which type of application is this all about, what is the name of the application, and why it is running on the backend. So we'll try to correlate and identify their process list. Accordingly, we can mitigate, we can block the ports, we can identify the ports, and so on. So you'll get a big list of the tools or the application which are running on the backends. And accordingly, we can check other services, other backend information. So these are the process IDs, even you can check, cross check. If anything which is a backend application in the form of services, instead of application, they are running through a services. So again, we can cross check, we can identify the list of the process ID, and accordingly we get the name of the application. And as we got the name of the application, now we just need to identify where this application is running and simply try to block this application so that you can block your ports as well. So these are the ways to identify manually, how we can identify that what exactly is going in my system, and whether it is vulnerable or not, we can cross check or we can correlate. This is a manual process of assessment, but the manual process of assessment is completely based on what? On asset management techniques. So even you have, that's what I said, port, open ports, open services, started application. So even you can cross check by using these third-party tools and all. It gives you the complete list. Wonderful application, wonderful process to identify what exactly is going in your computer. So we do auditing. Now auditing means asset management. So these are the set. It never shows you that it is a vulnerable or not. It never gives you any information about the vulnerability part. Now I'll show you how to identify whether it is vulnerable or not. That's another model. But we need to ask about what exactly is going on the back end. So first is asset management. So I hope now the concept of asset management is clear, and then we'll come to the vulnerability assessment. That is a preliminary of vulnerability assessment. So the second stage is, once you are through with the vulnerabilities, then we need to first of all identify the critical IT infrastructure or the data which is running. We have to identify the potential risk and the threats, which is again threat to the confidentiality, integrity, or the availability of my data. Identify the exposures through the asset management. What are the assets or the type of areas where we have to go for assessment? And further details, further applications are there. So basically, if we talk about the now vulnerability assessment, now we got to know that what all the applications are running in my system. Now I need to understand, we need to understand that, let's say I'm running one databases like MySQL version or PHP or Oracle or any database or any third-party application, even your browser. Let's say we are running a one browser like Firefox, and some version is there. So my concern is whether that software, because it is a legitimate software, it is a trusted software we are using throughout I think whenever we are on internet, we are using throughout the time. So the concern is, even if we have a trusted application, we need to understand whether that application is now vulnerable or not. How to cross check? What about the patch management techniques? Patch management comes only after the vulnerability assessment. So the successful vulnerability assessment program required three major things. First, we need a support from the administration. Please remember, vulnerability assessment is in other way. It is a direct attack to your computer. It is a direct attack to your existing services, existing applications, but in the trusted form. So trusted form means we need a support from your administration. Even we are doing lots of vulnerability assessment for many corporate. How we do that? So first we'll take in writing, we'll ask for, so I quickly just show you what type of vulnerabilities again on this particular part. So you can't imagine, like right now, as my machine IP is 192.168.1.10, but it is connected with this 13 number IP, 13 IP series. And this 13 IP series, if you correlate, you will identify that this IP belongs to some Amazon servers. So, which is again in India. So I'll just quickly terminate and I'll simply write who is to the specific IP. And that is who is 13 dot so and so. So if I'll cross check, you can identify and you can cross check and you can find out, see, the services are running from Amazon. This is Amazon services. So it means, and Amazon where they are working and they connected to Amazon data services in India. So you will get their name, number, address, phone number there and then. So you can identify that Zoomus app. Earlier it was clearly said that Zoomus app was not secure and something like that. But frankly speaking, after 7th April 2020, right? So this app is now secure enough. Reason, because they implemented end-to-end encryption standards. Earlier it was not, for sure. That's what the Ministry of IT, Government of India also generate a notification that stop using Zoomus app also. But now it is safe after 7th of April. And even if any incident occurred, where we have to approach, to whom we have to connect to? Obviously Zoomus, but Zoomus is a US company. But actually the entire data has been taken and entire services has been taken by Amazon cloud servers. So we all are connected to the cloud backgrounds, and this video conferencing servers are launched, like might be we are recording or so. So entire concept has been launched by the Amazon services. And in case if we want to approach, this is IP address and these are the details which are there from the server side. So very quickly we can identify, we can analyze all these services, all these applications, right? Quickly I'll go for other methodologies. Also many different policies. So again, these are the different types of methodologies. Like first we have to go for assessment planning, what we have to plan, what we have to go for assessment and other activities. So these are the different assessment planning that we have to generate some policies and procedures, and it has to be more compliant with the laws. In India, we are already working with IT Act and other amendments. In different years, we have got a different type of amendments of starting from 2000, 2008, then 2011, 13, 15. For more details, you can visit Ministry of IT website and you will get the complete details about the cyber laws. So the concern is, even we are very soon, we are going to get a data protection, privacy. It's a private Personal Data Protection Act, which is already introduced in Lok Sabha in the December 2019. Due to COVID-19, it was on hold, but I hope at the end of the year, on this year, we'll get the final approval of this on your applications. So what are the ways, what are the techniques? I think these are the few points which I have already covered. I quickly come to the methodology because time is less. I have to show you some practicals as well. Now, to understand what is this all about, the most important part is we have to think about the common vulnerabilities and exposures. What is this? There are many tools. I'll show you the list of tools also. But have you ever thought how these tools were prepared? How any company or any software company or any organization get to know that there is a vulnerability in any particular product? Product could be your operating system, any application, any service, any available application in the world. Can we able to judge those applications? Can we able to identify those applications? This is that latest scenario. 1,36,339 total vulnerabilities, common vulnerabilities which has already been exposed by, this is one of the website, that cve.matre.org. You can visit and you will identify the list of the vulnerabilities which has already been exposed. And basically it includes the NVD. That NVD stands for National Vulnerability Database, which was maintained by US. So they are already maintaining such kind of databases for different types of products and services running around the world. So you can understand, you can check like what is the CVE, and basically what they do, they generate a kind of a database and they prepared a unique ID number. I again quickly show you one more thing. Okay, I'll show you, let's say I'll run one CVE. Say I want to identify the common vulnerabilities or latest vulnerability in any particular product. So what I'll do, I'll just simply go and write CVE on Google. You'll get the first link. Who identified this? There is a one company or organization, that is HackerOne, who identified on what? So this is the complete details about data entry created on so and so date. So again, other details are there. So we'll get to know the real-time challenges in any particular product. You can write now Chrome, Firefox, even VLC player. So whatever the application we are using, even those application carries the vulnerabilities. So this is a wonderful part. It's a real-time practical part to identify and analyze the what type of vulnerabilities are lying in my system. Clear? I hope now the concept is clear, at least what is vulnerability and how the people try to identify the vulnerabilities and all. Okay, so now the most important part is, what are the top 10 vulnerability assessment tools? You can take a look. Many paid or open source applications are there nowadays. I try to write down some open source. So these are the top 10 vulnerability assessment scanning tools. You can use any one of that. I'll show you a practical right away that what all these open source tools available and how we can identify the vulnerabilities using these tools. So one of the best tool, like I use OpenVAS. Personally, I use OpenVAS. I use Wireshark to identify. Even Nessus is, earlier it was a free, but now it is a paid version. So it's a commercial version, but very, very good application. But the best part is all these tools on a backend use CVE, common vulnerability, exposed vulnerabilities, to identify whether that vulnerability lies in my system or not. And they try to work to diagnose the vulnerabilities which are running in my computer. So based on asset management, we need to go through with a vulnerability assessment. And many more tools like assessment tool for different products, like for databases, for miscellaneous application, for your port scanning tools, like you can use Nessus, OpenVAS, Wireshark, that what I said. These are the different look and feels. Like this is for OpenVAS. You'll find the list of vulnerabilities in the level of severity. I think you can find out the level of severity, high, medium, logs, and other level of severities are there. So we can identify the types of severities and we can identify what type of things are going in my system. Using Wireshark, that is basically a network-based vulnerability system where we can even hijack the passwords. We can identify what type of protocol, the packets which are running, even on wired or wireless networks. So we just need to run a Wireshark and identify the type of packet being generated based on the protocols. So your source, your destination, and we can able to capture those packets as well. The very, very good tool, very important tool. And on that basis, we'll able to retrieve many information out of this. A part of that, a burp suite. Basically, this is for web assessment tool. Like, you know, nowadays people are doing website hacking. So website vulnerability is also one of the another topic, very big topic, very advanced topic. Today I'll not able to cover because of the time limit, but that's what I just want to share it. We can use burp suit, or the most important part is you must go through with OWASP, Open Web Application Security Project. So there are top 10 vulnerabilities of OWASP techniques in web applications, and we'll do the assessment of web application using burp suit or one product called Zap Proxy. So you can use also a Zap Proxy, which is similar to burp suit. Again, for databases, like we have some backend servers, backend database servers. So in case if you have a specific database server, because you know the database is not a kind of a file collection model, but it is itself is a database, one front end server running on some basic services, some port numbers, like MySQL server runs on 3306 port number. So on this particular port, can any external or internal user try to connect and try to identify the vulnerabilities on that or not? For that, we use, these are the list, top 10 list database scanners to identify the vulnerabilities even on the database servers also. So quickly, before going to the question, I'll show you some more practicals which I want to show you. How we can do a initial port scanning and other part, but meanwhile I'll just quickly start another vulnerability scanner. So practically I want to show you that part. So I have a separate server, means you can check my list. We have Stability operating system, we work on Ubuntu, auditing server. We prepared our own video conferencing server as well, like Zoomers and so on. So we are working on those model. We have Windows 10 for hacking purpose. I have a separate Windows 10 or Windows 7. So I have many different platforms where we are working practically. I have an auditing server, again based on say Ubuntu, especially for the user end. We prepared it for on Ubuntu or so. So I'll just quickly show you. I'm just booting. Meanwhile, this booting is going on. We'll do a practical of another product called Nmap. Now, what is Nmap? Nmap is basically a port scanner, which used to identify what all the internal ports running in your computer. So let's say I'll run sudo. What is sudo? Sudo in Linux, we are using that. We are taking a super user privilege. Like in Windows, we do right click and we'll go for a run as administrator. This is what generally we do, run as administrator. So same way, I'm using sudo and I'm running one Nmap tool and scanning my local machine. In the same way, we can scan even any website, any particular IP, or why not local machine. So I'll just try to scan this port, simple scanning. So it shows me practically that in my machine, this Linux operating system, I'm running this machine as a web server. So port 80 is open in my machine. By default, in Linux, you will find the port number 631, which is always open. Do you know what are the ports by default open in Windows? Anyone? They can also answer like on chat. So please note down. In case if you are working on Linux, then the by default port number is 631, which is a printer services. So by default printer services, the port number 631 is by default open. And in case if you deploy Windows operating system, so in case of Windows, you have the port number 135, 139 and 445. These are the three ports which are by default open. So I'll try to boot another virtual machine for auditing purpose. Meanwhile, so in this way you can check. And like in my machine, I also deployed like MySQL server. So one MySQL server is also installed where it is running with a port number 3306, as I told you. So these are the ways to identify what type of vulnerabilities are there. Can we identify the ports? Or this is basically an information gathering model. Even we can identify like which operating system is running on any particular computer on any particular IP. So we can go with Nmap. And let's say if I want to judge any operating system, so you can go for localhost. But Now we have to use some like operating system detection technique, that is hyphen uppercase O. So we have lots of switches. Basically, this is used to identify whether that any particular website carries some vulnerabilities or not. Okay, so you can identify, like, see, these are the different types of ports which are by default open. And yes, in case if you want to download some the Sedulity OS, you can connect to our website, or you can connect directly to me. I'll give you the details. Even you want to purchase, you can go for it. It's a paid product actually. That's why I'm not saying anything more about this product. But you can either use Ubuntu or you can use Sedulity OS. But if you are using Sedulity OS, we have flavored edition. We have recently launched with a artificial intelligence AI OS, a separate operating system which is dedicated to artificial intelligence. We have ethical hacker edition, we have forensics edition, we have developer edition, we have gamer editions. So we have a collection of tools, utilities which are deployed in Sedulity operating system. So lots of flavors are there, because Ubuntu or other operating system like other Linux operating system is like very generic level of operating system. And for that you need to again do lots of effort and lots of practice on that. Same way we developed and we worked on that, and with the secure kernel level we secure many other, so many features are there in operating system. I think I'll give this session later some other time, where you can go and identify the product like Sedulity operating system and how you can work on this product. Okay, apart of that, let me just come to this point, how we can guess any operating system in case if you want to go for. Then how we can select base our application as a layman. I'm sorry, let me read again. You're saying something. Okay, Dr. Gupta is saying then how we select based our application as a layman, which is better for a common man. Dr. Saab, see, it's very simple to understand. Like, if you are a fresher, if you are from the basic, you are a beginner, like you said, you so I really appreciate that you should work on some applications, like even one more application, one more operating system is available, like Kali, I hope you heard about, which is nothing but the collection of hacking tools and utilities. There is a one more operating system like called Parrot OS. How is Kali? That's what like Dr. Arun Kumar, like, that's right. So in the same way, you have one more operating system like Parrot OS, but every OS have their own pros and cons. Every OS have their own limitations, because they are developed on different platform, different kernels, and their focus is little different. We try to work on like many security policies first of all. Then secondly, like especially if I talk about our forensics edition, like in forensics we need some basic criteria in the base of the operating system, then only you can do the forensics. Like we need USB blocker or read blocker, write blocker. So in the operating system, the write blocker is inbuilt. Generally in other operating system, it is not. So in the same way, in hacker editions, you will identify lots of tools, utilities, but for that, it is not like sometimes the versions, the ports, like suppose you are talking about port 8080, somebody has already said like port 8080 and all. 8080 is nothing, again, you are running some web servers. So do that web server is carrying a vulnerability or not? Might be you are able to configure your ports manually as well. By default, ports are like port 80, but we can change it to port 8080. Or if you are working on Java like Tomcat web servers, they by default open port 8080. Apache or Nginx, they open port 80. IIS and Windows, they open port 80, right? Accordingly, we have different ports and different scenarios. Okay, you are talking about what is the best OS for ethical hacking. Sir, you have to practice, you have to find out. That's what like pros and cons are there for every operating system. How they select layman. So being a layman, I prefer you can Means if you really want to learn also, there are two things. If you really want to fight with the operating system, you really want to fight with the deployment of the tools, configuration of the tools, then I recommend you start working from Ubuntu. Take Ubuntu, take whatever the name of the product is there, download those products by your own, and so that you can also able to understand how it works. So manually you can deploy these tools in your own operating system, like Wireshark, as I'm saying, wonderful tool. So instead of taking Kali or other, because they are having very rigid part, and even there are lots of, as I said, pros and cons. You cannot update, or you cannot manually or customize your own policy sometimes even in Kali, because whatever is different, you just have to use that. So manually you download your like Kali version, or your Ubuntu version. I think in that Ubuntu version you will be able to understand how it works, and you can proceed accordingly. Dr. Sarvesh is asking, sir, what is the use of honeypot? Honeypot is basically used for IDS IPS model. So in other way, IDPS, intrusion detection and prevention system, but not to the prevention part, mostly for the detection part. Detection in the sense, like even after penetration, it is a part of somewhere we can use it sometimes for the penetration testing also. Let's say, let us assume we launch a one web server, and we are little scared, we are threatened that somebody will going to hack my website. Might be we are going to launch, say, let's say some e-commerce web portal. So we want to integrate payment gateway and other services in that portal. Now what we need to go for auditing. Audit like what all the services, application, ports which you are opening. So being a technical person, first you need to mitigate at your end that you close all the ports, only open the ports which are actually required, or randomly the ports open as per the requirements. The user cannot directly connect to your database or your mail servers or other integrated servers. So user should only and only connect it to your like port 443, that is HTTPS with TLS. So these are the basic web server configuration model. And after that, you need to check the assessment, you need to generate your report, and second we'll go with vulnerability assessment report. So vulnerability assessment gives us the detail that your system carries some vulnerability or not. In case if there are certain vulnerability, like you got PHP, now do you really install PHP which is the older version? And if it is an older version, so there might be some vulnerabilities on your application. So it's highly recommended use the latest version of your PHP and other. Then further, once the vulnerability assessment is done, completed, then what we need to do, we have to go through the other part, that is pre-assessment, reassessment. Again you have to go for assessment because you found some vulnerabilities. I'll come to all the questions. I think there is a queues of questions. I'll quickly come to the questions one by one, right? So you have to quickly go for say vulnerability assessment. In case if you identify the vulnerability, try to patch it. Again go for reassessment. And now once the assessment is done, according to the vulnerability assessment reporting is completed that you do not have any vulnerability in your computer. So that is the time where later we'll go to the third stage, that is penetration testing. And in penetration testing, even we'll sometimes use honeypots. So what is a penetration testing? What is a honeypot? Like we apply all the security options, whatever is required, we'll deploy it in the system. And then we invite hackers. Hey, hackers, all the hackers, you take it like a hacking competition in the college or universities. Even we did in the IIT. I remember once upon a time, we deploy one server in IIT, and we gave a specific time, and we invited all the hackers, and we gave a reimbursement in the terms of like 70,000 rupees for hacking this web server. So it means we make that machine as a honeypot. We deployed some honeypot application, and it is only need to monitor what all the type of attacks, what all the types of services being applied by the attackers, by the hackers on that specific infrastructure. So these are the ways how we'll identify. Many different types of honeypots are there. I think we'll go in more in detail later. Okay, quickly I'll come to this. Lakshmi Prasanna, research area in cyber resilience like threat intelligence, risk analysis, etc. there are lots and lots of potentials in the research areas. Especially we are taking care for the PhDs or MTech people who are doing the research. I personally guide, right now I'm a guide with a couple of students who are pursuing their PhDs, again in the research area, especially in terms of this cyber resilience and intelligent threat task or threat management system. Recently, one PhD was completed where we worked on malware analysis, and we proposed a new model. So it is highly appreciated by the externals or the examiners. So already I think now that PhD thesis is available on Shodh Ganga as well. You can go and check. So our one of the PhD is already on Shodh Ganga for all these things. So you can cross check and you will find huge potential. As I have shown you, CVE model. Everybody is working on the research methodology. So what are the common research? You can take any particular product, any particular service, and can be able to identify the common vulnerabilities. And if the vulnerabilities are there, we can able to analyze, we'll able to mitigate, and accordingly we can generate some proposed model, proposed algorithms. So can you suggest a few proprietary tools for VAPT? As I've shown you, Anitha Kumari, like as I've shown you, I think few of the tools in the PPT itself. If you have seen, some common tools are there. So top 10 good tools, as I've already shown you. These are the top 10 tools for vulnerability assessment which I recommend. Otherwise, there are many. Right? I'll share this PPT. I think you will be able to find the details out of that. Okay, next I'll come to sir. Are they provide actual environment for the virtual machines on a physical machine? Who provide actual environment and virtual machines? Means Dr. Arun, I was a little spectacle for this, but okay, I'll explain you. See, for testing purpose, you can use virtual machines. For deployment, as I already deployed, I want to show you this is what the practical one virtual machine is ready for me. And I just want to show you how I do personally. I try to analyze. I quickly show you because time is less also. I'll show you one practical, as you said. And this is a separate server, vulnerability assessment server of OpenVAS. So quickly what I'm going to do, I'll just connect and I'll start the OpenVAS server. So from localhost, I'm running a port number from 4000. Port number is there. I already deployed OpenVAS server in my machine. In this is a VM again. And from there, what I'm doing, say, I'll show you a process. I'm just login. For by default, login is the username is admin, password is admin. I'll just try to log in, and you will generally get such kind of look and feel. So this is a real-time server where we do audits and all. Now I'll just show you, even if you find out how to deploy OpenVAS on Ubuntu, I think this is wonderful part. And always remember, you should download by your own. So for vulnerability assessment, I recommend you must use the separate server like on Ubuntu or other operating systems, as I said. But this is the way how you'll find in this particular operating system. Right now, we have different types of vulnerabilities which are existing in my system, in my computer. So already 58,489 common NVTs or vulnerability technologies which has already been exposed for related to high, medium, low is already there in my system. Even you can check the graph from 1990s onwards. This CVE concept was started, and in 2020 you can imagine, you can cross check like how many types of vulnerabilities which has already been exposed. So whenever you will get a new product, that product is to be assessed, and in case if there is assessment, we can go and do the scanning on that basis. So let us quickly do a small scanning. In front of you, I'm doing a small scan. So what I'll do, I'll just go and select the task. There is an option on the scan. You just go for the task. Once you select the task, see there you will find some icon like on the left side panel, you will say task wizard. So you simply go and identify the task wizard. And the best part is there you need to pass any host name, any IP address. Now this IP is either in the LAN or even globally. We can do the assessment using these tools, right? So we can use all these practicals. So only I need a IP address where I can able to communicate. So we can do third-party scanning. We can do even administrative level scanning. So if I have any shell password or login username password, so even I'll pass those password in the policies and I try to connect. So only let's say I'll do a local host or any local IP or any network IP. You just need to pass and simply you need to click to scan. So the moment you will start scanning, see, you will get a big list of, again, then it take time. So I prefer you take a cup of coffee while it is scanning or do whatever you want to do along with that, a part of that, because now the scanning is going on separately. And I think, so it is requested and it will take a lot of time. After a couple of seconds, it refresh and you will see like in the form of percentage. So like already 18% scanned. I just take the older one just to show you some reports or something like that. So quickly, you will get some reports as well in case in terms if you are working for the scanning, and we can even download the reports. So this is what like you will get automatically the report as well. Presently there is no vulnerability, but because it was stopped, and then you will get actually the list of vulnerability. And the best part is you can simply go and download the vulnerabilities as well quickly. So it is wonderful part that we can immediately go and scan the list. We can identify the top common vulnerabilities which are there in my system. So real-time auditing model is there. Real-time practicing is one of the major part where you can go for all these types of vulnerability assessments. Is that clear? So I think how to get the asset details in Linux based OS. Okay. For asset, you need to go for a Linus, L-Y-N-I-S. Linus is also auditing tool. Linus, L-Y-N-I-S. You can use that tool for Linux auditing part, and you will get the assets of all the operating system in Linux and all. OpenVAS, Anjani, I already told you about OpenVAS. That is more for website vulnerability scanners. Basically, there are top 10 vulnerability application in the coding. Let's say you have a web coding of ASP, JSP, PHP, Python, Perl. So any language where you are doing a server-side scripts. So you implement some web application. Now my concern is for web server auditing, web server vulnerability assessment, we use these tools as I have shown you, OpenVAS. But for coding, like I have a code, then we don't use OpenVAS. What we use, then we use coding part, because OpenVAS can only give you the vulnerability part that, like let's say PHP version this, you are using this PHP version which is older or having a vulnerability. So we recommend don't use PHP this version, you should upgrade. So the level of vulnerability exposed in this particular form. But my concern is I have a search box, I have input username, password, I have some coding, I have some logics. So to identify the vulnerabilities in the logics in the coding, in that case we have to go with OpenVAS, right? Then you have to go with OpenVAS. OpenVAS, for that I recommend, as I have shown you one tool also, burpsuit, or you can go with Zap Proxy. For that you can go through with the YouTube videos of Zap Proxy or burpsuit. I think you will get to learn a lot of things, a lot of good things in that particular part. Vulnerability analysis can be done for medical health records, any particular tool. Dr. Arun, like for medical health records, only again the concern, will take it, you are talking about health records, where it is stored, in which particular format. So whenever, let's say it is in the database, so we already have database vulnerability scanners, right? So if it is stored in the form of some files, like NoSQL nowadays you are using, might be for big data or Hadoop or other applications are there. For that we also have again vulnerability scanner tools, because you're talking about very specific application based data. Even you have sometimes like SAP data, ERP data, health record data. my concern is, where is that data? So data is stored in some particular application, and according to those applications, we use these tools. A part of the major part is because you are talking about a very specific department like health records. So let's say there is a patient information. Now, technically and in the management grounds, we have to make the policies that even the employee should not able to access the patient records, even that the employee is the administrator. So only the part is, we need to cross check that the records or the information is stored in the plain text, or is it encrypted? So encryption policies that need to be cross checked manually sometimes, right? So records must be manually, must be in the hashes, why the user is going to access, whether they can able to change it or not. And in case if somebody is checking whether that information should be flashed or notified to some server, some authentic departments or the authentic organization people or management people. So that what we have to cross check along with the technical assessment. On scan, legacy code, it shows lots of vulnerabilities. However, the code is handled properly. How are the best way to deal with? Umesh Yadav, you are asking very good question, I would say, because according to you, the code is a legacy based code. That's right. So it is not vulnerable according to you. You prepared a security policies and everything, but still there is a vulnerability. So my concern is, you are thinking from the developer aspects and we are thinking from the hackers aspects. This is the only gap. According to the developer aspects, whatever is available for you, you have to cross check. Might be along with that, I'm not going to change your code sometime, but might be we are going to implement say IDS, IPS or some authentication like user authentication part, re-cross checking of user authentication, whether they are able to access that part or not. So that it means if it is showing you the vulnerability, it means it is externally exposed. It is externally identified. And even in, I'm not saying 100% all the tools are correct. These are the potential threats, potential vulnerabilities. Again, we need to cross check whether the level of severity is high, medium or low. If it is low or medium, I would say sometimes, or even if it is informative, we'll skip that. We don't go and make changes in that. But if it is high or critical or even medium, then it is a real-time challenge, because then might be we have to think from the hacker's aspect, like if any particular information, like as earlier there was a question about health records. So if any information which is related to health record or any sensitive information which get exposed by others, then might be it is not a legacy code. It is a matter of the sensitive information. So how to secure it? Then might be you need to make certain changes in the coding part from the management aspects. If the port is open in any website, then how to close and secure the website? See, you have to open the ports like port 80, port 443. Without that, you cannot able to run the websites. But we should close all the other ports. For that, you can use firewalls. You can check all the services which are running in your computer. Unnecessary services, you must block it, right? But obviously we have to open port 80 and port 443. Now my concern is, what are the security options to mitigate like DOS attack, DDoS attack on HTTP server, HTTPS protocol, which version you are using in HTTP, HTTPS. So that is the main concern, and we should talk about that in depth, and we have to secure it. I think that was a question from Sitaram, right? Okay, I'll come quickly to SP Singh because I already exhaust your time. Quickly, I just need to go through. Is there any research related field which is related to bio-cyber security? 100%, why not? Cyber security is not a domain, please try and understand. Cyber security is a domain which exists on all the domains. If you talk about bioinformation, even bioinformatics is already one of the separate domain nowadays. In fact, in cyber security, we use biometrics. Is again one of the another concern for the security or human interaction model. So you can take bio word in many different concerns, from medical, from human interaction, or even in many different concerns. It's a wonderful part, SP Singh ji. please go through, and you can take come along with a more in detail questions. I think we can talk about all these details. Dr. Harish Kundra, thank you so much for your appreciation. Excellent session. Please share the presentation. Certainly, I'll share the presentation, sir. So you can collect the presentation from the concerned department. Very informative. Thank you, Dr. Chiranjeet. Nisha, very resourceful, sir. Thank you, Nisha. Thanks a lot. Okay, thanks, Dr. Arun, Dr. Anita Kumari. I think you all appreciate it. So I really appreciate your all efforts and hope you enjoyed this session. And many things are there, many things. Okay, one quickly part which I want to cover also, which is left in this question answer session. I'll take only 1 minute, right? So only 1 minute. So basically the topic is more important topic, that is penetration testing, which is the next stage of vulnerability assessment. Please remember, after vulnerability assessment, we have to take a next topic of that is penetration testing. So whenever you want to go for penetration testing, then penetration testing means that already you secure, already you tested, you already find the vulnerabilities, it has already been secured again after. So pre-assessment, post-assessment, all the things were done. And now what all we need to do, we need to go for again verification. We have to generate a trust factor. So we invite hackers. Now can any hacker come and penetrate my security standards? Can anybody breach security standards and generate some loopholes? So for that there are certain kits, certain frameworks are there. For that you can use Metasploit, a very good framework. And you can go with the Milworm, Metasploit. These are the third-party tools for penetration testing part. And I think if you can go for it, you'll be able to understand how we can access, hack any information, any secured information, any secured infrastructure, or so on. So on this ground, I think I already exhaust your times. So thank you so much. I think it's a good time for you for your lunch as well. And I need to wind up this session accordingly. I share that PPT right away. Within next 5 minutes, you will get the PPT also. So thank you so much. Over to you, Manisha, and other, I think volunteers are there. Please go for it. For more details, you can contact me anytime. I'll share my number. My number is 9811485729. Or you can email me also, anup@sedulitygroups.com. So thank you so much. Hope you enjoyed the session, and it's a wonderful audience. Lots of question answer session. I think I try to resolve within the a limited time. And in case if you really want more practicals, more interaction, please feel free to contact. Thank you so much. Thank you. And stay safe. Again, COVID-19 is there already on ahead. And I think this is a wonderful practice. I really appreciate to JNU management that they are organizing such kind of infrastructure. Even I have just seen 142, 143 participants are there. That's great to see that such a huge audience were gathered by the entire JNU management, even in COVID-19, and all are safe. Hope you all are safe. And I wish to follow all the instruction given by the ministries or the government, and even JNU is also doing a great job at their end. Thank you so much. Jai Hind.
Okay. In fact, thank you, sir, for taking time out and being today with us. It was really a very practical oriented session. You familiarized us with many practical things of cyber security. We, the faculties, being academician, really lack on these things, sir. So as sir is already taking queries parallelly, and most of the answers they have already given. So we will directly take a break and we'll resume our next session at sharp 2:30 with our next expert speaker. And
Manisha, one second. Lobial sir is there?
I am here, yes, sir.
Sir, do you want to give vote of thanks to Anup Girighar, sir?
Sure, no problem. Thank you. Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you. Anupji, you have been a wonderful, excellent speaker all the time. And we have listened to last year as well in our cyber security FDP. And thank you for our support. And there is no doubt any time that inviting you to as a speaker, and that shows the kind of questions which has been flooded on the chat, and the way you have answered all questions probably has given a lot of knowledge and depth, insight into the cybersecurity to the participants. And I think you need a lot of time to even give talk on only vulnerability or asset assessment. Needs a lot of time, but the way you have covered a lot of issues in a short period is wonderful, and we'll see you and forward to see you again if such occasions come, and we'll always like to listen to you, and all participants would like to listen to you. And thank you for your support all the time, and we look for future endeavors whatever we get a time, and definitely we'll take your services again. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Lobial sir. And thank you, Dr. Karan Singh sir, for organizing such a nice event and providing us a expert speaker. It was really a very informative session for all. So now we will take a break and we will again resume sharp at 2:30. So with this note, I am ending this session. Thank you all.
implement services and involved in risk management. Also lead in establishing and technology transfer on national digital crime and resource and training center, NDCRTC, at SVP and PA on behalf of a sponsored project of Ministry of Electronic and Information Technology, where more than 400 SP and above SP rank officers were trained under these labs. Also instrumental in establishing coordinating ISEA project with 52 institutes, including IISc, 7 IITs, 10 NITs, 5 IITs under Information Security Education and Awareness project. The project like NDCRTC and ISEA awareness recognized with DSCI Excellency Award, and also himself got Cybersecurity Educator Award for ACI specific reason for year 2017 from Global Cyber Excellency Award. He has published so many papers and more than 50 column and publication on cybersecurity in print media. He has some personal certificate like SANS Certified Wireless Assessor and Advanced Exploit and Penetration Tester, Certified ISMS ISO 27001 Lead Auditor, Certification in Incident Handling Forensic Analysis Network Security from Software Engineering Institute SAI CERT Carnegie Mellon University USA. Welcome, sir, on the behalf of JNU and AICT. So welcome, sir.
Thank you, sir. Is it visible, my screen?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you very much for me and giving an opportunity to meet various faculty across nation. And so it's a great privilege that meeting always the meeting educators always. This gives like an immense pleasure within me. And after, I think this lunch session, after lunch session is very difficult to maintain. But anyway, I'll try my best to keep you in interactive mode as much as. So this topic is open source tools for cybersecurity. Is not only open source, so that maybe we may discuss some kind of free.
Excuse me, sir. Sorry to interrupt you here. You want to share anything, any slides?
I shared it. Is it visible?
No, sir. I'll make you host here. Then you can share the slides.
So, but it's showing
yes,
already your.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Is it visible?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah. So free and open source tools for cybersecurity, the concept. We'll try our best to cover as many as tools within the regions of the network, host, and even other tools. So IBM buys Red Hat. Red Hat, you know very well, Red Hat Linux operating system is open source at a time, and of course they have the commercial editions. But still, IBM buying Red Hat in almost $34 billion deal, adding Linux distribution. As being a Linux is open source, so still there is a market. That's what IBM has invested. So Red Hat is 100% open source company, and maybe you can download. IBM itself could download all their code for free, other than whatever that commercial one. Still, IBM is planning to pay it. So, what it makes to IBM to do this? That is what major question here. So, I'm leaving to you only itself. So, why IBM is buying $34 billion Red Hat? Of course, as title says about that, the major, coming to the cybersecurity, the major open source facilitators are the GitHub, National Institute of Standards and Technology, SourceForge, OSSEC, OWSP, Python. So because why I'm saying GitHub, Python all gives a lot of support for either hosting open source tools and even the scripts, and also, of course, that's what I'm mentioning. It doesn't mean that I didn't mention others. They are all there. But with respect to cyber security, if you see that, so these are the major facilitators. So before going to discuss about anything,
first we'll understand what is that, where the security which we look about majorly as an individual, as an educator, or as an even though in a working in an office. This is a simple scenario that you may be sitting at home, connecting a wireless access point through a switch. Maybe you are having a broadband router and you may be connecting to the internet. You may be connecting to a remote connectivity to your educational institute or an organization or even your office. You may be using number of devices. Am I right? So what is exactly here you need security. So security may be you are using your own devices and devices like laptop, from whatever. No, there is not many palm tops, but everywhere mobile and your devices and devices. Maybe an intermediate devices like switch, wireless access point, router, and all they should be secure. And moreover, your data on rest at these devices and data on move towards the internet should be secure. So when you are considering security, so what kind of tools you are buying, and is it any kind of tool which is available free or open source where you can utilize the same with the same, you may not expect that the same output, the same easy and using of these tools as commercial tools. But however, if you could afford some time to configuring these open source tools or free tools, it definitely helps to save some money. So that this is one kind of network which we are looking about, some cybersecurity tools. Maybe you are when you are connecting internet, you may do a lot of research, or your research could be explored at various levels. So when you are part of internet, you may be also part of, because so whatever that you are available, most of the research, that most of the things which we have paper recently or last 10 years, now everything is now they were trying to do it darknet or clearnet or deep web, dark web, deep web, clear web, whatever that, when you are connecting the internet. So these are the some of the options to look about that, because it's in a crawler. If you take it, there is a commercial crawler is available, even the open source classes are available. But when it is coming to the dark web, there is no such dark good crawler, web crawler for both clear web and dark web. Maybe some crawler is available for deep web, but not dark web. And as in a combination of these three, there is no crawler. So whether we can have some kind of an research on developing these crawlers by having like whatever I showed, Python and other environments, GitHub and require, all these are useful for connecting the tool. But specifically, we are looking to the security. So we will only discuss about the security tools rather than the facilitators. So this is maybe you are part of campus network, educational network. And if you see that here is more on interim devices, like if you take it as an appliances are there. So video surveillance media server is there. Then access device are there. There is internet edge devices are there, which are, you have a firewalls like a Cisco ASA. You have a intrusion prevention system like in a Cisco IPS. And you may be having a kind of the solution to secure your email servers, or maybe you may be having like in a honeypot, like a sensors you have before you get into your network. And again, there is core devices are available like your WLAN controllers, WLAN networks, and like in a network access controller servers, CCTVs, all are there as part of your campus network, where you may be looking about some kind of thing, because every campus cannot invest this many devices, these many solutions. So because of the so many reasons, so you require, but when you are part of campus or when you are part of college, all these are required. So other than the research related tools, so but implementation, when it is coming to the implementation of present network, present campus, so you require number of security devices to secure yourself. That is what my point here. So what is the general architecture if you are looking about that? So if you see that an architecture, any architecture you take, whether you are using a kind of as a part of home, part of office, part of organization, a part of your campus. So the general network architecture could be, if you are user of one department, like if it is education in this production department, I said if it is a particular organization, if you are considering. But here is like if you are in the part of campus, maybe you are part of a one department user, where where they divided with a firewall, because this is entire university campus. Let us take whatever you decided. So maybe your administration department, university or college administration department is a separate network, and you maybe in the your research activities could be on separate network, where it will be divided into two locations. But when you are talking a computer to computer, when you connected, there is no requirement of IP address. They talk each other on data link layer address itself, the MAC address itself. They will learn each other and they will communicate automatically. But because your application stays on 7th layer, that's what you required, third layers addressing system. Otherwise, the two layers, when you have a two layers itself, you can talk to that, talk to each other by computers. So, but if you are coming to the typical DMG and data center architecture, because you may be hosting, so whatever the application you design, developer, or you whatever the package you design, developer, that all should be hosted either at data center. Other than the individual needs at home and office, so there is a hosting things are required to host your college or your organization or your campus activities across the users of or stakeholders of that particular organization and particular university, particular college. So what is exactly that says? You see that basically, so if anybody, if you are hosting in a website, that website may be somewhere would be there. But what exactly you are giving? A user is connecting the internet, that is coming to the firewalls. The firewalls may be filtering that request is related to this data center or request is other data center. If it is not legitimate activity, they may be droppers, and it will go to the HTTP server is staying here in the front end, the web page, where it is taking the input and giving to the output. The same HTTP server in parallel. Now, if everybody starts HTTPS, because that either it could be the information data leakage because of the reasons. So HTTP server for creating the trust among the users of your organization. So it's a must. So they both are parallelly, but at the same time, HTTP is also available. And if that is having some application, like a Tomcat application server, you see that how they DMG'd in the data center when it is coming, that application may be supporting 2 or 3 different companies, same application, so that you need to have a separate filtering between your hosting web server and your application. But application also having some kind of a database servers like a Oracle server, SQL server, mainframes, MySQL, these are all things could be is a backend. So if any non-user of your organization accessing the website, how we can access and at what level access. So why I'm explaining this is that, see, this is the segregating the things for the cybersecurity purpose. Why I need to establish a firewall 1, 2, 3, 4 firewalls, 5 firewalls, and if it is you are using DNS time server like an NTP protocol, IDS, IPS, Kerberos, authentication and all, that all again another firewall. So this much I am segregating to these devices, keeping firewalls and keeping as much as segregation to filtering of the communication, what exactly the end user intended. So that I am filtering because of that only reason is security. So security is the implementation is one way and developing is another way. You have to look at that. And also, while discussing the cyber security tools with respect to open source, we need to see that an attacker point of view. If somebody is attacking this particular thing, what kind of tools he will use it? What are the way? At the same time, when you are looking at a defense point of view, as in you are the owner of the organization, data center, or you are the responsible for security, the defense point of view, what kind of tools you have to use to secure your entire thing. Maybe most of you are doing research. The research is also is one of the point. While doing research, you required these tools, because an individual researcher, or until you have some kind of sponsorship from government industry, you cannot implement all, you cannot buy all tools in the initial research. So they definitely, the open source softwares may very useful. And also now the industry is going towards automation. Every application you take it, even though you are writing some particular small code, that code should be duplicated, a code should be reused for another application. That is where that code uses code code writing code for a particular security is considered for this kind of security tools. So what kind of automation which we are doing, that we don't know at this moment. So that's what we need to look about, some kind of tools which are required for your research point of defense point and attacker point. So what kind of automation tools also can be considered for cyber security research. Also, we will see if time permits. So this is again the typical network security. I think this is visible to you. Every is a typical architecture, same thing what we discussed, but at the point of the what kind of security softwares are available at each level, that is what this slide. Is it visible properly? If somebody can say yes or no.
Yes, it is visible.
Yeah, that's great. So
yes,
basically,
sir, yes, sir. Please, sir, it's visible.
Yeah, basically, if you look into that, the same, whatever the network architectures I have shown to you, the same architectures or same architecture where let's say take example, one part we'll take it where this particular small thing we will do it. What is this exactly? The 10. 10 is maybe vulnerability assessment. So this is the outsider of the people. This because this is not part of the people, and somebody either while attacking your network, he may be understanding, he may be looking about what kind of devices are there. Even if you know something like that, you have a particular device like Windows operating system, Linux operating system, he may do some kind of a vulnerability assessment, or he may be penetrating. So that is what where we are looking here in this part. Okay, so when you are coming to the implementing 3 firewall and basically intrusion detection system, your app servers, your DMG, or these are the way. So suppose let's say if you are using SSL accelerator, transaction server, email server, these are all are the public are there. Here in this side you are keeping as your own organization, and similarly there is a VPN gateway to the other centers, other peer-to-peer center or your extension center, and this is another internet access control databases, application servers, and some other gateway. When you are connecting, so these are the some of the things like they connected to monitoring the services, SIEM and all services. So basically, as many as security devices, whether it could be hardware, software, or is available like in a firmware also implemented here. But somebody may, because of the whatever the data they have, the importance of the data, or what the budget, the important thing is that the budget what they have, based on the budget, whether they may buy a commercial software, wherever the kind of a human resources are available, a right human resources are available, where the people can work on open sources and can implement it. So this is where these are the solutions. If anything I missed, anything I didn't mention, any security product, let me know that. Anyway, I'll share this PPT by today evening so that they may share to you, so that you can find it out. If anything, if I missed some security device, let me know. So it would be useful for me to update. So why we use open source security tools? Because of the cost. This is one of the main reason. Am I right? Cost is one of the reason, because you buy any software today, like whether you take vulnerability software or assessment software, IDS, IPS, firewall, you take it, anything you want to get it, commercial tool, a good commercial, a top vendor, definitely not less than 10 lakh rupee. And what is the next year fees? So see, the same fees they were calculating, at least some of the softwares, IT, ICT softwares, related softwares, 20 to 30% only they are charging. But when coming to the cyber security tools, you are paying every year the same price. So all we educators, research fellows can't invest this much money to use cybersecurity, even though, so because banks, they have a kind of some source of income, so maybe they required security, they need to depend on such kind of solutions. But now, whatever the reasons could be, the cyber wars and the attacks are which are happening, even the commercial products, let's say you take, what is the guarantee that the commercial products are not taking data? Because when I am auditing a particular key organization for the banking infrastructure, and the human resources are not rightly implemented there, because that human resources are majorly the management, who was like as whatever the so-called cyber security professionals, they are the managers. Managers can't go a kind of a level in the technical point of view. See, the way very well managed, even though that whomever they have given the solution for, SIEM is like a security incident and event management. The latest versions may be called as a SOC, Security Operations Centers related software, where that particular company is collecting the data every day. The logs are transferred to that Singapore, where that servers are established. The company belongs to Australia, but their servers are there in Singapore. So the data, the banking, the banks are connecting to each other, and the customers' data, the transactions data, which are any kind of an non-legitimate activity happens, that is recording, that log is going, and that log is telling about that where that exactly the non-legitimate activity is going on. Maybe the companies are taking the data, they are learning the data. Based on the learning, they are updating the patches. That is where they are collecting the data. But whoever managing that, if that doesn't know what information is leaking, what kind of data is going, so you are only seeing that, see, they, when we edited, the simple answer is basically what they are saying, that if anything happens to a particular activity, that company itself is space, whomever that solution, that is what agreement. Yes, rightly, the company face. Company will look into that, whatever the agreement is there, 2 years, 3 years, the data, so nothing will happen. Once, what is that guarantee that you will continue this service in the after 2 years, 3 years? If 3 years you are not continuing, what is that collected data, they may not useful for some other activity. So these are all issues will come, these are all risk controls will come other than these security tools. So basically the cost is only the not reason for considering open source security tools. So the data leakage, the information leakage of through these commercial tools also is one of the reason for considering open source security tools. Somebody says that, so open, everything is open, code is open. And if I know that you are using a particular tool, I may hack you, I may try to, or it may be prone to as many as attacks. Yes, exactly correct. It may be correct. But you know, if the same question I'm asking that. So the public algorithms, cryptographic algorithms available, still the most of the application, most of the commercial applications are using. So because of they are open, public, whether you can do, whether you can hack. So this is the key in that is that what the password and how the implementation is the bigger challenge, bigger thing. So if you properly implemented, if you are properly doing, so that cannot be hacked. This kind of algorithms cannot be hacked, as you know that. It applies here also. When you're using the open source tools for cyber security, Even the code is available, but how you implementing these open source security tools at your place as per your requirements and how you are controlling is important. So wherever that is possible, so it is we always recommend open source security tools. Let's take example of recent attacks. Let's you take example of Zoom or what else? WebEx, Zoom. They're all commercial. Zoom servers are hosted at China. That's what India is. All users are worried. All government users are has to go on different WebEx and all. So there is no advisory that you should not use it, but they always recommended that not to use, better not to use. So because of the data is going to servers, China's based on China. So maybe your data, what you are speaking, whatever your research is sharing, that research is maybe going as a metadata to China, and China expect that what kind of research is going on in India. So maybe this is one could be reason. So, but what I am saying that, so when it is coming to the open source tool, so why can't you use like a Jitsi? Jitsi is also good. When you are talking to 30 to 40 members is very good, because Jitsi, they were not hosted like Zoom and somewhere. If we have a kind of an implementation of 8-node server, 8-node server as a cluster at your place, and Jitsi if you configured, so definitely it can accept more than 200 people and around 200 people. So what else you require to conduct the trainings through Jitsi platform when you make it as an on distributor? So here is what is the main important, that Jitsi works nicely, but you require the implementation. You require that 8 server cluster node definitely. You also now can access jitsi.cdac.in. If 2 or people, 3 people, 4 people can talk to each other anytime, you can access anybody. It's not only CDAC employees. Anybody in India or anybody in the world globally, they can use jitsi.cdac.in and cast. We audited clearly. We checked where the data is going, how the data is going. We tried also whether data is going to their Singapore-based servers in Jitsi, because Jitsi also hosted similar kind of platform. So whether anything is going to the Jitsi Singapore, that's we also checked. So if you want to talk to each other, 1 or 2 people, and if you trust CDAC, you can access JITSI, jitsi.cdac.in / whatever the meeting name, you can keep it. So nothing we are storing, and when you share, please close the deal. Of course, every software is having its own vulnerabilities. The vulnerabilities you need to understand. My internet connection is unstable. Is it clear?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Yes, clear, very clear.
Okay. So basically you test it, and you even though you collect with Wireshark and Nmap tools, and you check it that whether the data is going outside, because this is a one kind of a monitoring software. Am I right? So monitoring is auditing is one type of monitoring itself. So you can monitoring such kind of things. So whether for learning or experimenting, dealing with new or unique situations, or deploying on a production basis, security professionals look at an open source security software. Even though now India is making India goes, so most we are expecting even the government side, why can't we build our own tools, at least like Jitsi, wherever it is possible for meetings and all. So otherwise, before COVID-19, it is everybody think that we required a video conference system, like in a hardware, like we have to spend a lot of amount. Now the 25,000 rupees, if you don't have any kind of a problem with WebEx, you can buy it, or Zoom, you can buy it 10,000 rupees for 100 people. And even the Jitsi, you can make it if you have an infrastructure as an open source. I prefer Jitsi, JITSI, jitsi.cdac.in or jitsi.org, you can access. Transparency, you have access to all code. As we discussed, you are free to do whatever you like with it. So if you can code walk, so you can all do it. But when you have as many as libraries available, there is no need to rewrite entire thing. You can easily simply plug in the your libraries, and whatever the way you required, you change and deliver it. So definitely when you tightened, see, any software is having its own vulnerabilities. Whether you use it commercially or anything, definitely we can have. To cover the commercial softwares, you required patch. But to cover your patch, because open source is with you, you can change it as when you understand a vulnerability, you can immediately change it. But if you see that, one example, Conflicker malware during 2011. So even though after 6 months, the Microsoft doesn't cover. And in the internet, such kind of thing came that don't use Internet Explorer. That whatever the flavor of Internet Explorer has gone because of that reason only. Nobody is using Internet Explorer nowadays because of that situation. So even though they released Microsoft Edge and all, so they're not much as popular as that whatever Firefox and Google. So when anything commercial based softwares, you need to expect and you have to depend on them to cover that particular patch. If it is open source and you know that vulnerability and you know that how to cover, or you can seek the community's help and cover the things. That's why we always say that the open source tools are better than any tool in any form, whether it is for the security or whether it is for implementation, whether it is for any package, development package, IDE. Open source are better than commercial software. It's not only the cost, it is also having the advantages, whatever that we discuss now. Avoiding lock-in with a specific security vendor or supplier. So there is like that law, because after some time it won't work because of the lock-in period and all, we should not worry about. You can improve as much as you can do that. So coming to the open source tools, I will start with the anti-malware tools, because basically we use desktop. When we use desktop workstation, first we need to secure ourselves. So the CLAM AV is the open source antivirus, a powerful antivirus scanner. It's always focused on integration with mail servers. Basically, whenever you are using mail server, suppose if your institute is having 500 mail user IDs, or if you're also giving to the students, you may have to pay huge amount of the for antiviruses to integrate every email server for scanning the attachments and etc. In that case, CLAM AV is very useful, and it provides a flexible and scalable multi-threaded domain, a command line scanner. Even though there is no need to use GUI, you can do it command line itself, and it also automatic updating via the internet. So the community is supporting all the patches, and because any antivirus you require signatures. Without signatures, without updating antivirus on device, every human being speaks on average 6,000 words. And it is also, we believe that every day we use it to get as many as viruses also, malwares especially malware. Maybe it's not related to 6,000 malwares are coming every day means, so whether your system prone to that malware or not, we don't know, because these malwares are for different operating system, different applications. In case if you are using any one of the application or any one of the operating system, then only it may be prone. But all 6,000 malwares are not related to your system. Maybe you are using some 10 applications and different guy is using another 10 different applications. If anything, they are getting some malware with respect to any one application. Of course, by the time you are updated that patch, it won't affect it. So it required continuous update, because there is no best antivirus, even though if you are taking a commercial software, even though you can pay that. So even though you entire thing you like in all 2,000 license of your university you have taken on some particular A1 company, but that A1 company is giving after 3 days patches, because of that. When patch is like that, it is a competition. Today CLAM AV, tomorrow Symantec, day after tomorrow Avast. So whoever that day gives the patch and right time, that is the best antivirus software. But otherwise, last 15-20 years, I have never heard that this is the best antivirus software. So best antivirus software in the sense on that day what is the best it has done. So that's what we recommend always. So when you have a huge license, even the 100 license you have to take it, we always suggest 35 35 35 or 50 50 50 licenses of 3 different antivirus packages you have to consider for your organization. In case one of the company is given update on that day, so automatically that others can be cleaned on that day. Even though the other 2 companies delayed or 1 or 2 days, we don't mind it. But if you believe and trust on one antivirus company, and that antivirus company itself taking 3 days, 4 days, you are prone to all these attacks that 3 days. So that's what we always suggest different antivirus. But this CLAM maybe is the one of the good antivirus, and why we are saying this is that their community is supporting from long period, 2007 onwards, even though before 2007 itself, after acquired by SourceFire. So first time I used it in almost 2004 or 5, the first time when I used it. You can visit this ClamAV, this website for downloading and to check and how to integrate that with your email servers and all to scan your devices. So the virus total, so basically nowadays virus total is becoming, it's not open source tool, but I have to mention here what purpose is that. And there is a problem with this virus total is also there. I need to mention because most of the researchers price that these are the virus total as a response. See, this is also giving like an intelligence and hunting also. Now you take that right side, if you look into that, if you have a file that you feel that anything like suspicious, so you can, that file can be uploaded and check it. But remember, so whatever the impact could be, whatever the file you are uploading, that file could be part of them. Am I right? You are sending, if that file is very important and every research paper of yours you are updating, this could be revealed to that virus total. Because they are doing for free, but that means they are not taking your data. We cannot say that. So while you are updating something, you please look about that. What is the data in that? Whether it is shareable data or non-shareable data, or if anything like if you feel that they were critical data, you cannot share it, but don't use this virus total. And also, when you are if you feel that any website, if you look into that website is also looking like a suspicious. So you need to upload, you can copy paste this URL and such. I wanted to demonstrate it, but because of the time and all, I'm not demonstrating as many as. We'll look into that end of the session. If time permits, I'll do the demonstration. Otherwise, I'll try to explain the way how they works because of the time concern. So you just copy this URL by selecting the URL, and then it says that whether the website is having some kind of legitimate website or not. Like you may get a lot of spoofed emails, am I right? Spoofed website links. So before clicking that, just copy, paste it, and the URL and check it. Then it definitely telling about what is that behind the thing. So let's say spoofed website. What exactly? How it checks? The checking is basically the DNS. Am I right? Because if somebody is sending an IP address spoofed, they may use different IP. The attacker specifically, but attacker he cannot use the CDAC website or a bank website IP address to give it that. So your website is working, that naming convention is background, it has to check at the DNS server. So basically, because it resolves your name, domain name, and IP address. Am I right? So when somebody is sending in a spoofing web address, it just goes to DNS server and checks about that IP address which is going to that, because you know very well that before accessing the website there is a handshake. Through handshake, three-way handshake, they collect the IP address based on the DNS, that IP address. If that IP address is maps to the particular ICICI bank or particular CDAC.in or not checks, then accordingly it shows that this may be a spoofed. This website is spoofed like that. The browser tells. So that is where this is URL also. You can check that whether legitimate URL or not. And if anything you want to do that, also search, you can do this. So other than this, that maybe the previous one is free, but otherwise it's giving some kind of an intelligence, whereas total intelligence is it's like a combining Google and Facebook and apply it to the field of malware. So it's getting that all characterization of various malwares from the Google, because the relationship with the Facebook and Google, it is able to give it and it shows the maps. In similar way, hunting also. That track new variants of your malware families and all. So this is the way Virus Total is also one of the useful website for the researchers to well doing with respect to their research. The Malwarebytes is one of the anti-malware for especially scanner for Windows. But however, now they were giving to the Mac, Android, iOS also, even the Chromebook. And they introduced it recently privacy and browser for specific browsers also. But 2 years back, I think, so there is an Malwarebytes also is attacked, and Malwarebytes trying to collect the data. That see anything, something is free means maybe we need to. So anything is not free in this world. Google is free. Google Gmail is free. It doesn't mean that it's not actually free. There is no need to explain this. All of you know very well. Google is collecting. Google is behind like a watchdog on everybody, and wherever you go, it follows. And that means it's collecting the data. The data is that what we are paying. So similarly, that Malwarebytes also is got that as much as people are. So a similar kind of attacks were happen. The data breaches are happen. Wherever installed, that related systems information was breached. So, but otherwise, this Malwarebytes is very good, which we tested very well, and a variety of technologies to find malware undetectable by other malware scanners. Free trials are there with limited options and limited editions, limited operating systems. So maybe you can look about this also with respect to this one. Now coming to the firewalls, what is exactly firewalls? The firewall, you know very well, a network device that creates a separation between a public and majorly the untrusted network, internet, whatever you can say that either it could be untrusted or public or internet networks and your private and your own organization, your trusted organization networks. By examining network traffic and allowing only specific traffic to pass between the untrusted and trusted networks. It's like filtering device where it is delivering the things. While coming to this kind of firewalls, so major commercial firewalls are there, are based on hardware and software. The firewalls are, you can categorically divide it into the hardware firewalls and software firewalls. At the most popular or what you can say that they are the hardware based firewall, whether it could be any firewall you take it, Sophos or Cisco, they are hardware firewalls. There is a checkpoint firewall is there where the software based, which is required also dedicatedly in hardware like in Nokia, IPS and all, but that is not successful. And checkpoint works on both Windows, Linux. That's what the demand is also reduced, because software, if you take it, you have to depend on hardware separately or software separately. Management also you require the human resources. Let's say if you take hardware, plug it to network and simple configuration and everything is doing, because of it is having its own dedicated operating system. Cisco iOS itself is an operating system. If it is software based firewall, either you have to install on Linux or Windows, where Linux administrator is required, Windows administrator required, and again firewall administrator required, or otherwise one man has to look about the both. So these are the challenges are there with respect to software. But however, when it is coming to the cost, the hardware firewalls are very much costly, and you need to update, because firewall device is like an antivirus device. The rules are there with respect to rules and all, that's okay. But now these devices is becoming as UTM devices, unified threat management devices. because of that, your IDS is integrated, IPS is integrated, your antivirus signatures are integrated. So what else? All kind of required softwares integrated with UTM device, and you bought it for 50 lakh rupee and installed, and next day they crashed. So their entire network is crashed. So that's what we always suggest. UTM could be very good device in management and implementation. However, you required alternate devices. Sorry, when you are buying the firewalls, 2 or 3 firewalls, we always recommend 2 or 3 different firewalls and different vendors. Because what is the guarantee that, again, strategic operations, what is the guarantee that Cisco is collecting the data and you are giving? Wherever you go, Cisco device is there. So when you are in the previous example, when you say that 2 firewalls, when you are hosting your web server, the first firewall could be Cisco, the second firewall for database could be something else, and even the application could be something else. If you are using 3 different vendors, even the one fails, other could be replaced immediately and operation can be continued. This is basically the operation point of view which I am discussing. However, when it is coming to the open source tools, the net filter is one of the good filter, but here you require hardware, a good hardware, a good server, because this is a software. It can control like in 1 GB or even the 10 GB also. But to control 1 GB, 10 GB, you require a different kind of hardware implementation or a requirement of server configuration. If 10 G means 10 G packet pipe you wanted to filter, so you required as much as a good server infrastructure is required. So that is only one block. Otherwise, it is very good tool. Net filter is a powerful packet filter. It's like in a packet means that you know very well about a third layer. So IP packet filter implemented in the standard Linux kernel. The user space IP tables tool is itself used for configuration. Basically, when you do configure, and supports packet filtering like a stateless, both stateful, and all kinds of network address and port translation like a NAT and a network address and port translation, and multiple API layers for third-party extensions. So even though you can integrate whatever I said, UTM. See, if you are buying a Cisco UTM, all products are Cisco devices only, whether it is IDS, IPS, or anything else. But I'm asking you that what is the Cisco is best? It's for networking. Why they have to work on a particular like a IDS signatures, antivirus signatures, and we know very well that there is no best antivirus. Then when it is not best in that, why I should use the same companies? Why should I pay more for a firewall? That is what you discuss. That is what you have to think about that. So NetFilter is a good filtering software where you can implement on Linux. And if you have a good infrastructure, server infrastructure, the same thing can be implemented. However, whatever you buy it, before buying that, whether the third party extension is available for your IDS, IPS, that could be integrated. So you have a variety of operating, variety of like an antivirus, like firewall is one kind of device, and you can integrate with your antivirus, you can integrate with your SIEM, all this can be done. So for more details, you maybe visit that netfilter.org. But otherwise, the main feature of NetFilter, it can do stateless packet filtering for both IP version 4 and IP version 6, and stateless stateful also. Stateful is what is exactly? If you say, if you know very well about three-handway sake when you are accessing or when you are communicating with another device. SYN packet, synchronization, and acknowledgement. So these are the states. But further, the states can be divided into more than these 3. Like when you are sending a packet, when you are requesting a page, you are maybe sending a kind of a synchronization packet to the server. What is the state of now after sending in a synchronization packet? So it is acknowledgement wait. So that is one state. Even that also can be filters this particular firewall. So that way, each state it can filter it. So this is what that website, and Basically, you know very well, if you want to do kind of some research, and there are like in a libraries development, you can do this. So basically, it is using IP tables, NF tables, libnvtnl. So there are projects are going on, and if related something you are research with respect to firewall, this is one of the good tool, and even the some of the projects which they consider to improve this, you can be also part of that. Open the other firewall which we recommend, because these are firewalls based on that whatever you have seen, like a desktop firewall in Linux, IP tables only. But like a net filter and IP filter on other platforms, OpenBSD uses the PF sensors and their firewall tool. It handles network address translation, also normalizing TCP/IP traffic like legitimate and non-legitimate. And all, of course, it also do some kind of a bandwidth control and packet prioritization. Some eccentric features such as a passive OS detection also it can identify it. But otherwise, this, if you see that I have seen some of the state data centers are also using, because they cannot invest as much as money in the commercial firewalls. They have their own commercial firewall, but some of the firewalls which they connected for their internal networks, they are using this OpenBSD PF. So this is also one good tool. So, and if your research point is basically the firewalls or filtering devices, definitely these tools will help you a lot. And the libraries and the concerned libraries, you can look into that for your purposes. So otherwise, this is one a good OpenBSD tool, and basically it's an OpenBSD operating system. It works. Now further, if you go to the from firewalls to intrusion detection and prevention system. So basically, what is that exactly? IDS. IDS is a device that sits between firewall and gateway. Is it right? So for me, it is not right or even not wrong, because IDS you can, there are three parts: the management console, monitoring console, and collector. These are the three components in generally IDS and IPS is having. It can be anywhere in the network, but sensing data, wherever you are sensing network IDS, if you wanted to sensing data across all network segments, each segment you should have one sensor to collect the packets and transfers to IDS. And similarly, IDS serves three essential security functions: monitoring, detecting, and responding to unauthorized activity. So when you monitor it, you have to put in every junction, every point, this one. Of course, there are challenges are there how to collect the packets. So if it is a manageable switch, the collecting the packets, because when it is switch, the filtering is happening through MAC address. That means one MAC address to another MAC address, they were contacting each other. The sensor where you are keeping the connection between the two machines in the switch may not come. So you need to have a kind of a switch configuration where is having the feature that what you call port mirroring. So that feature is required when you are considering FTP. Most of the manageable switches are having this feature. In case otherwise, you need to use simple first layer device like hub. So because hub environment, you always, wherever if they are speaking, the others will get who are connected into that hub, so that every packet is coming to you. So your IDS can identify, detect, and maybe it can respond if that signature is having. IDS is also is a similar way antivirus. It should be updated with signatures on daily basis. It alters the administrator as soon as it detects any suspicious activity. So if you are having the prevention mechanism, that prevention feature, it helps to detect and if you see it feels like it is a non-legitimate activity, it automatically configures firewall. So that it filters that communication. So firewall plus intrusion detection system is nothing but, if both are working together in an integrated fashion, we generally called it as an intrusion prevention system. Of course, there are a lot of data, a lot of research, a lot of papers are available with respect to IDS intrusion detection systems. because the data it is collecting used data. So it is also useful for the big data. It is also used for machine learning projects. But so most of the people, most of the researchers are depending on basically the data sets. But really speaking, you don't require any data sets. If you have ideas, just keep it in an internet connection, and like in a HoneyNet D or some collector, if you collect it, the huge packets you will get it. Each packet you can that intrusions and all, you can do some kind of research if you're using like an ideas and like HoneyNet, Honeypot kind of softwares. So the most popular open source tool with respect to IDS and IPS, now it is having the feature of prevention system also. So Snort. It excels at traffic analysis and packet logging on IP networks, detects thousands of worms, vulnerabilities, exploit attempts, code scans, and suspicious behavior. Even though we have our own, we developed previous almost, we are not continued. CDAC Bangalore did a lot of, they have their own biggest network at God, NOG, is based on Snort itself. But of course, as I said, IDS and IPS, it is a continuous updating the patches with respect to the various worms, vulnerabilities, exploits, and the kind of port scans, suspicious behavior, etc. So because it is also does protocol analysis, whoever doing a kind of a research towards protocol research, protocol development, protocol kind of a data science, this one of the tool will be very much useful. Content searching, like a content filtering tools, content development. So Snort is one of the bases. There are pre-processing of these packets and all are required. So that is also supports. Of course, this is basically command line software where you need to, if you require the same thing in GUI based, then you can install other supported softwares like Base in the web mode. And SourceFire is already giving certified rules for it. It's not basically one side we are saying open source free, other side is somebody charging. It's like a Red Hat. How Red Hat, see, they have their own open source kind of an operating system feed, like in Fedora, and they have in a commercial. Commercial is nothing but what? They were only supporting the services. They were only supporting the kind of an required support if suitable manpower is not there. Otherwise, if you have an experience in this, you can write straight away, Fedora can be installed in your machines. So in the same way, Snort also, that SourceFire is now offering the certified rules for various activities are happening at internet and internet data collections with respect to various vulnerabilities, exploits, etc. So that may be charging $4,499. It's of course 500 into 75 rupees. However, if you don't want this, and if you it is not on daily basis, if it is okay for 30-day delayed feed, these certified rules are available for free also. So that is where it is very good that so you can use this kind of Snort package with respect to IDS and IPS. Then OSSEC HIDS. So OSSEC HIDS performs log analysis, integrity checking, rootkit detection, time-based alerting, and active responses. So these are the, it look like a host IDS because HIDS is host IDS. So what is the major difference between host IDS and network IDS? Network IDS is also having the three components like collecting, monitoring, defending, like an identifying and intimating. So the collecting the data, and management console is analyzing and also supporting reporting. So open HIDs means host IDS means these three components is must. But when in the collecting, that various sensors are there across network, that sensors are collecting the data and pushing towards the management console in network IDS, where that host IDS, that sensor will only available the same place where that you are planning to identify the vulnerabilities with respect to that particular system. Like you are hosting a web server, you wanted to host host IDs for web server only, then the client that collector should be installed at a server, and that would be. But in the host IDs, you don't know what are the network vulnerabilities, network exploits. It cannot identify because this host IDs is only works with respect to that particular web server, what is exactly you hosted, and related to related threats, related vulnerabilities, related exploits only it can locate. If the attacker is intelligently using any kind of, let's say you are hosting Apache web server, they are using with some other port 80 and they started some spoofed web server, it automatically it can be attacked because this is coming into the network IDs. So it's always we suggest that network IDs softwares only use it, and this also can be use it. Only the sensors you have to keep it at different servers. Otherwise, there is no big difference between HIDC, HIDS and network IDS. Implementation is same. But it's a powerful log analysis engine. ISPs, universities, and data centers are running OSIC idea. Many universities are using, many ISPs are using, because ISPs also can't afford as many as intrusion detection systems. So based on the bandwidth levels and based on the different bandwidths to different users, they are using this open source based devices. This can be downloaded from www.osscc.net. Then the second one is the NOG-IOS. NOG-IOS is basically known for the server monitoring software on the market. So maybe continuously monitoring a particular web server, a particular mail server. So is the best choice for NOG-IOS can be considered. Server monitoring is itself made easy because when we implemented Garuda Grid across 100 organizations through NKM, Grid is like in a kind what? It's like in a supercomputing facilities at various organizations. Now, what is the performance of each and every server with respect to hardware related and software related easily can be monitored through this NOG-IOS tool. We never used any commercial tool for all these 100 places who are connected and how they are connected. It's like there are a lot of tools that came with respect to security operation center, but when it is coming to the hardware and with respect to the applications, this is one of the best tool, and it is also works like in a IDS also. With over 5,000 different add-ons are available in this. So the community at the NOG-IOS exchange have left no stone unturned. You try something that it is not there, within a span of short time, you may get that basically. So there are number of plugins are there. It continuously check the performance of data, and it is maintaining like in a RRD databases. There are application servers, TCP/IP, UDP, even the network management tool, database servers, and also end devices like in a end devices applications like SMS, pages, browsers, mails, and in a kind of a graphical user interface. So it can be considered objects and it can be considered NOG-IOS, it can be delivered to various browser based SMS, mail, it can intimate it. Then next one is OSSIM. So this is the Ellen Vault open source security incident management software, open source security information management actually. So that is in both incident and events could be enabled to provide a comprehensive detailed view of comparison of tools which when working together for system administrator. Initially they developed for all the system based activities. So for each individual server and individual network, host, physical devices, and all these things separately and in integrated mode, they can see that. OSIM incorporates several other tools like whatever you see discussed before, NOG-IOS and OSSEC HIDs is also part of OSIM. And now most of even the banks, even though they bought some licenses of IBM, because if you see that security incident event management would be charged based on number of events per second, EPM. Based on that, they will charge it generally, and sometimes it is a 4 crore, 8 crore, 4 to 8 crore based on the events which you are facing the university. So in university, in organization, anywhere. So if you investing entire in a particular data center or a particular university, commercial edition only is very costly affair, so that some parts can be integrated with the OSIM. OSIM is also its works, and Allen Vault is having its own commercial. It is like in a 80 lakh rupees, basically for 20 to 30,000 events per second. The other one is Quill. This is the generally built by the various network security analysts. For network security analysis is initially objective, and a very good GUI. You can see that GUI how it look like, and most of the people have done some kind of Wireshark kind of GUI is there, so it easily can understand packets and all. Right? It's basically the security monitoring software and event driven analysis basically, and very good tool. You can easily check about that the threat things immediately. You can attempt for that. What are the various attempts for the breaches at security? So that Honeybee, you know very well what purpose we'll use honey networks and all, which I am not discussing as it is not the scope, and I'll discuss about this tool. Honeybee is a small daemon that creates virtual hosts on a network. It's kind of virtual host, if you can do the physical host also, but because of the nature of the function, it's always better to create a virtual host. The host can be configured to run arbitrary services, and their TCP related activities can be adopted so that they appear to be running certain versions of operating systems. And it's like whomever trying to attack your organization is luring by behaving like a different operating systems. It's enables to a single host to claim multiple addresses. Same address, same host is having the multiple IP address, so that the attacker can be given in a kind of a wrong direction that they are using as many as services. By that way, they may attract it. It may attract it so that the behavior of an attacker can be seen. So it's not like really like a virtual machines. You can ping it them that IP addresses, because it's not only showing like that the one host as a multiple IP addresses. It's look like a real multiple hosts, but actually it's a single host. It is also possible to use as like a proxy services. The proxy on your web server, there could be a web server could be enabled in the same similar fashion, so that what an attacker can do on these things can be worked out, and some research can be done. So like it's not easy to install. It's having a lot of library dependencies. You require some patience to collect all these and install it, and compiling and installing Honeybee is a little bit difficult when you compare whatever the tools which we discussed before. So Honeybee also coming that the various tools. It's like an Honeybee is a kind of a domain and having a multiple tools. Oh, some of them I'm discussing here. It's not limited to these only. Like these are all like in scripts or tools, you can say that. So ARPD here is in a domain that lists ARP requests and answers for IP addresses. Like NTTL scan is one thing. So like what a kind of network topologies the scan by scanning various topologies it can understand. And basically logs, if you have a logs by like filtering the IP addresses, ports, protocols, networks. So that kind of information to in particular retrieving such kind of information. Honeydee.sum.pl is one tool. Honeycomb is like a plugin for Honeybee that can be used to automatically generate signatures for the network intrusion detection system. That's what we bought. This is as a part of network intrusion detection and prevention bot. Like Like Snort, it also automatically generates signatures, and it also given a kind of an input to add all your signatures and write your signatures. It applies protocol analysis and pattern detection to traffic captured by the honeybee, and is useful for creating warm signatures like a malware. Worm is like a self-replicating program where you can write such kind of programs, because a single host is showing as a multiple host. So that means it's a kind of automatically multiple things can be done. Honeybee is another log file analysis tool for honeybee. It provides a graphical overview of collected data, but also provides a detailed textual events. So before going to that, any questions are there further?
Any question from the participant?
Hello.
Yes, sir.
Lata, it's over or the questions? You are continuing or questions? We'll start question answer session.
See, I'll take one or two questions to interact with members if any questions are there. Otherwise, I'll continue.
Hello, Lata.
Any participant have any question?
Hello.
Yes.
Participants.
Audience, if there are any questions, please raise your hand.
Yes. This is Vineet Kumar Joshi. Vineet Kumar Joshi, sir. Raise his hand to ask a question. Please
Unmute him. Unmute him.
Unmute him. Vineet Kumar Joshi, serial number 45.
Otherwise, you can type. I'm checking chat also.
Hello.
Yes, yes.
Hello.
Yes, sir. Please ask your question.
Hello. Sir, my question is, can we use these tools in virtual systems also, like virtual machines?
So when you are able to use our physical servers, like these are all based on the operating systems. If that operating system is having a virtual enabled, then you can use it. And it is better to use there itself.
Thank you, sir. Okay. Thank you.
Next is Umesh Yadav. Please unmute him, Umesh.
Sir,
Yes,
Umesh Yadav's question is open source tools to code scan.
Open source tools to code scan. That means
Yes,
he is asking about that scanning.
For scanning purpose, there is any open source tool?
Yeah, there is exploits tools which will I discuss in the next few minutes. Like if you take, there are IDs are there along with Metasploit software. You can write the code to scan the things. And for any tools for incident response, risk analysis, yes, we will discuss these things. Why use FTK tool? FTK tool is basically the forensic software. FTK is initially commercial version, but however they were giving as a free. Which antivirus is best? So we cannot say that that particular antivirus is best. On that day, on that time, which antivirus server software is giving the best signature, that day itself is, we called it as an best antivirus server software, but we can't say that continuously that is the best in a particular period of 3 months, 6 months. So on day we can say that, okay, today this particular Semantic has given a best signature to stop these kind of activities. Can we use these tools to develop secure electronic health records implementation? Yes. See, the most of the activities, most of the things are happening in the government is basically the open source tools. So whether you use it development like in a Java, all are these open source tools only. So even for security also, because your implementation is you have to make a little bit care how you are implementing, what are the gap areas are there, whether that gap areas could be covered with alternative softwares. If this is, you make it as an what you can say that policy, procedure and implementation. If you consider with this open source software, I am sure these are the 80 to 90% is you can secure your things. How we can ensure 100% security of our system using open source software? So this question I wanted to ask you again. How can we ensure that 100% security with commercial tools? If I say that commercial tool may be easy to implement it, open source tools are not much easy to implement as much as commercial tools. So that is only the difference. Otherwise, the both are same when you are doing. So if we have a good knowledge or good implementers are available with open source, definitely I'm sure it is, because the way you implement is if you are taking the information you are securing, it's a very good that you can use it with the open source tools.
Sir, my question, someone asked the same question here. If we use open source tools here, the system may get slow. Is that right?
Yeah, that is one thing, because these commercial tools are basically very well tested with like a functionality test, performance test, and these things, because they have then a dedicated staff. But while we are open source tools is the only few members, it's a community edition. Community people are supporting as like you are one of the member to the as part of the community. You don't have that much infrastructure to test the performance. This is the one problem they are facing. However, like example I told Jitsi, so we tested with 8 servers. It supports more than 100 people, up to 200 people. But if you are implementing in only one system, it is only suppose maximum 20-30 people. Now our Jitsi is able to provide at least 20-30 groups in CDAC itself at a time they are accessing after implementing in the 8 servers. So that testing community, if you can give in these kind of testing facilities to the community, definitely you can make it. But when you are investing 30 lakhs, 40 lakhs, and when you are saving, and if you can keep it for hardware, first is one, your own indigenous code is there in your open source code, because you are changing code according to your requirements. Second is that only you are depending on hardware, not for any other. So in that way, if you look into that, so it is better to use open source tools if you have an infrastructure.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Okay, so I'll continue. The remaining things will be end of the session, maybe another 15-20 minutes. I'll try to complete. Otherwise, I'll give some sources to go each and every two.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So most of the people you are doing for research with respect to malware. See, malware research is going on in the academic institutes and more. Of course, as part of ISEA, we implemented some malware, hardware malware analysis reverse engineering lab at IIT Madras as part of the ISRDC activities. And similarly, that open source tools, we will look into that, because the entire that was built on in IIT Madras on right from Professor Kamakoti, right from that whatever the hardware also that won, like only chips and all they bought, that we cannot produce it. So that cards and they bought it, but they beautifully configured, and within 10 to 20 lakh rupee budget, they were established at this lab. At a time, 4 or 5 people can run this remotely also. That is where they have done. But of course, they use it background. There are a number of reverse engineering tools like debuggers. So I am explaining all these tools in this slide itself. If you specifically looking about a kind of a reverse engineering activities in mobile-based Android, especially, you can use APK tool, and anything like an 100 dex Java class files. If you wanted to work with that, you require dex to jar. Whomever working on Android, they may be knowing this tool. The two tools are popular tools. And anything you wanted to decode x86 and AMD 64 binary systems and written structure that describes these instructions, such kind of things is DStorm. DStorm 3 is one of the thing. Coming to the debuggers, is like EDB debugger is one of the popular tool, and like in a Java decompilers, and Java Snoop is basically intercepts your methods, the data, how to hack applications, Java based applications, the Java whatever the exe files could be, Java Snoop can be considered. Like another popular tool, and maybe most of the people you use it, like OLEDBG is one of the again debugger. SMALI is basically an assembler and disassembler for text format again, or otherwise Dalvik, this one for again mobiles. And Valgrind is a programming tool for memory debugging. Any kind of memory leak detection, profiling, this can be done through this tool. Basically, it's a Linux-based tool, and it is a generic framework for creating the dynamic analysis tool. Because you know very well, malware reverse engineering for both static and dynamic analysis, you have to do it. The Valgrind is very useful for the dynamic analysis. Yeah, ARA is basically used in a malware research and detection. It provides rule-based approach to create kind of a description of various malware families based on textual or like in a binary patterns. This particular ARA tool would be used. So now coming to the exploitation tools, this most of the penetration testers vulnerability exploits. So you know very well about that. When it is coming to the exploit cannot be run until you have a kind of vulnerability at remote system or vulnerability in your system. Even the vulnerability is there, exploitation is there. So it is also not possible when you have a kind of a bus is required. That means connectivity between your system and target system is must. So that's what you required these three, then only you can run any exploit. So the Metasploit, see, this is one of the beautiful tool where, of course, in the initial days, I still remember that that how the GUI was given. Of course, there no GUI. This Metasploit, once it was gone to commercialized, separate one. So that is because of that GUI is increased a lot. But otherwise, the initial GUI is for those days it is okay. After Rapid 9.7 in 2007, Rapid 7 2009 it takes. And of course, now also it is available the open source edition. It's a kind of you can say that at least it's like at that time, like Core Impact is also commercially is available, where they were charged for vulnerabilities like to 32 IP addresses, like 30 lakh rupee in 2004-5. 32 IP address or 16 IP address, I don't remember. I think even the lesser. So that is also most of the bargains which we are taken. Even though that time itself, that Metasploit has helped us to make. So because we need to understand what is exactly that Core Impact is doing. Because Core Impact is also RAT tool was given. So that with that tool you can write your own script. The same thing whether it is available or Metasploit also, they were given that also. Once they were given, only 1 year license only we bought it. After that we never bought Core Impact in particularly this one. So that is way it is supported, and that's what it's like it created storm in the vulnerability scanners and exploits and all. This is one of the first kind of tool, the open source tool. And you can develop, you can test, and you Hello, is it audible?
Yes, audible.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So it is like this tool comes with payloads, encoders, no op generators, because you know that while the basically exploit researchers knows about no op generators, how much they are important, and exploit can be integrated, and it is like it sits with more hundreds of exploits. I think the more than even the now crossed like in the thousands, but always the exploits, whatever that you required is for the latest edition, latest things. Maybe there are thousands of exploits are available. If you look into that Windows 95, 98, NT, 3.0, 4.0. So these are the exploits are not required at this moment. If you consider that also there are huge database, still if you want such kind of testing exploit you want to do, so that exploits are available in the website. The Metasploitable is a kind of a Linux virtual machine itself in the Metasploit itself. Here you can test your Metasploit before doing any live system or any production system. This Metasploitable can be used. So anyway, this is bought by Rapid7. Those who started this Metasploitable, the same person is established this company, like Red Hat and Fedora. So, but that both are available. Framework itself is still free and open source, but they now also offer free built limited community edition. So more advanced express editions are also available. Of course, a delay of 1 week, 2 week, all exploits will get it. So there is no need to buy it. And if you require like in a developing exploits, writing codes for scanning, writing codes for system hacking, and these things can be done very easily through this Metasploit fort. The next coming to the W3 Hub is the web application attack and edit framework. Mostly the web edit, however the Metasploit is for all, but this is most on help you to secure your web applications. So before hosting your applications, if yourself you wanted to find it out something what is exactly an attacker can do, you can test it and implement it. Of course, this is using Python and extend and licensed under GPL version 0.2. Then SQL Map is an open source penetration testing tool. It automates the process of detecting and exploiting SQL injection flaws and taking over of backend database server. It works all databases, major all popular databases, and it comes with a broad range of features: database fingerprinting, fetching data from the database, even accessing the underlying file system, executing OS commands. All these things are available in the SQL Map, and you can download it from sqlmap.org. Then SET, this is a social engineering toolkit. So the social engineering toolkit also comes along with your Kali edition and incorporates many useful social engineering attacks all in one interface. These are the kind of, you can say that tool set of tools. There's as many as tools you have, individual scripts and tools all coming as in one interface. Is specifically designed to perform advanced attacks against the human element, like how to hacking the human kind of concept. The main purpose of this set is automate, because to get the information from a human being who is actively involved in or socially involved, writing script every time is very difficult. So that set is giving an opportunity to make a kind of an integrated automated to do all these activities. If one tool is not working, automatically take another tool, try to get the information one and another automatically, rather than you try each and every time. Automatically generate exploit hiding web pages or email messages, and can use Metasploit payloads. So it's also supports by Metasploit. For example, connect back with shell once again page is opened. Once page is opened with related to a person or individual, it can be accessed. So this entire social engineering toolkit can be downloaded from this particular GitHub, trusted sec. Then SQL Ninja is a based exploits web application that uses Microsoft SQL Server. Wherever the Microsoft SQL Server as a database backend, where the SQL Map works for all kind of databases, but SQL Ninja is specifically the Microsoft SQL Server. Redis is an open source framework to enable effective sharing of the information among participants in a penetration test. While if a group is doing a penetration testing, a group can need to share each other what. Suppose a person is working on particular thing, other person is working particular, but target is same, and you need to share each other what a particular person is able to find, and accordingly other can be changes. So that way this tool is very useful. It is a self-contained web application that provides a centralized repository of that various individual users who are working on a particular target and collecting the data and integrating that. It's like it is also having the tools like a plugins and to integrate Nmap, Burp, Suite, and Nikto. So coming to the security editing and forensic, Kali, the Kali is name, maybe Hindu goddess name, look like destroyer of evil forces, and maybe Kali could be used for the same. A Debian-based Linux distribution aimed at advanced penetration testing and security editing. Kali contains several hundreds of tools, security tasks for both penetration testing, editing, and you know very well about what is that major difference between audit, assessment, penetration testing. Audit is the set of rules which you are following, whether they are following or not. Assessment is you required full control on that particular remote system to assess as per your policy and all. Audit is majorly policy, procedures and all. Assessment is the technical assessment, what kind of vulnerability. If it is vulnerability assessment, what kind of vulnerabilities are there with respect to that application. When it is penetration testing, of course, as a penetration tester, you won't get as much as. So whether you are like in a hacker, how hacker can find the information after securing, even after securing your application. The ideal place to start if you wanted to start using this particular open source tool for editing and forensic, but maybe some senior person might have used it backtrack. So the backtrack, that initial editions of Kali is backtrack only. And you can just install as an bootable USB, and you are also can be installed as a live, and even though you can install as an unencrypted file system, or VMs can be used, and even on the, if you have a cloud, you can keep in the cloud to test continuously. See, basically DOS Pro, maybe you can use Raspberry Pi as an edit device, and you can connect it and you can collect the data. Based on the data it can be do it, and you can also set VPN, SSH, DNS tunnel, like that. You, if you have a kind of a 2 or 3 centers and like an office, main office, branch offices, so even though you can install these devices like a Raspberry Pis, and remotely also you can do that. Otherwise, use tools are there: information gathering, vulnerability analysis, web application, password attacks, wireless attacks, exploitation tools like Metasploit, snipping, spoofing, maintaining access, everything in one distribution. You can do it. You can download it www.kali.org, and you can also see the tool listing. Also, maybe you have a kind of an separate tools are there, like information gathering, a specific AMAP, APT2, DNS recon. So if you wanted to scan, if you want to collect the information of DNS, this DNS tracker, DNS walk, all these things can be collected with respect to DNS. Even though if you have a kind of collecting the web related information, you have a Nikto tool. If you wanted to find out the number of ports, you have an Nmap tool. Like these are tools of combination of, but mainly you do is the information gathering, vulnerability analysis, wireless attacks, the specific activities, specific tools are there. Whichever tool you are comfortable, that tool can be selected in this Kali. Like forensic tools, Binwalk, bulk extract, capstone, Cuckoo is like in a sandbox. There are a lot of are there which we discussed Daystorm 3. Some of the tools which we discussed also is a part of this, like reverse engineering, which we discussed. Most of the tools are there in this also, and they added a new version, hardware hacking, Android SDK, APK tool, Adrun, Dextuja. Like all these tools are there. Even the reporting, after doing auditing and assessment, you need to require a support in reporting. That kind of tools also there. Nipper NG is like Nessus, and Nipper is for the basically edit and assessment of network devices. This tool is also there. So Wireshark is a popular tool, you know very well, for protocol analyzer, protocol analysis. You can view the traffic in as much detail as you want. So initially when we started, there is no Wireshark, because at that time Ethereal, and before that in 2001 I bought a tool of 1.5 lakh rupee of same tool. But of course they once we know that Ethereal and Wireshark, so which 2003 onwards we didn't buy any such kind of tool once Wireshark is Ethereal and Wireshark came. So basically where we use the Ethereal and Wireshark, so like TCP, so say example, I'll just say example, TCP communication So this is what basically three-way handshake, you know very well. The client is sends, I wanted to connect you at port 80, synchronization packet will send it. Then server should give that SYN ACK acknowledgement with respect to that requested SYN packet. Then client said given a handshake, third handshake for the acknowledgement, so that the connection would be established for that particular base. So then afterwards, push and ACK flags will be used, TCP flags for data transfer. Then again, four-way handshake for closing the that whatever that connection established, the connection termination. So the entire thing, if you wanted to understand, so the Wireshark is the very nice tool to collect all these packets and show the demonstration. So let's say take example, if somebody is doing an TCP connect scan and the IP scanning is doing, the client is sending SYN packet and the server is either give to acknowledgement or reset. If port is open, server is giving an acknowledgement to synchronization. If port is closed, then it will send a reset packet. Suppose in case of SYN ACK is send and the acknowledgement will be sending third handshake, because I know that that port is this is scanning. No, I'm doing scanning of port. So the client once sends the acknowledgement and also sends a reset packet. So full scan is happening. So there is a 4 handshakes should happen to know that remote port is available or not. So basically that entire thing, so I have done with this Nmap tool, Nmap hyphen S capital T, that is full scan. Capital T says full scan of IP address and port 80 and port 23 whether available or not. So this entire thing, this Nmap tool I'm using either from the Kali Linux or downloading. At the same time I run Wireshark. Whatever I said, SYN packet, SYN sequence, acknowledgement for SYN, and acknowledgement and reset packet. Entire things I collected through Wireshark. So whatever the command I run and the commands through Wireshark, I'm able to see that. So this way I can use both tools. Similarly, like a scan also. When see any server is accepting the synchronization packet first, then only it considered as a legitimate activity. If it is coming as a acknowledgement packet as a first, even the server doesn't know what to, whether that port is available also. Server doesn't respond, no response. If no response, port is filtered. If we're sending reset, anywhere port is closed, then it may send reset packet. So port is sent. So port scanning, how port scanning can happen can be sent. The same thing I used an Nmap tool, and the same thing available in the Wireshark. So like off open, these are all scanning types. XMAS scan. XMAS scan is in generally what they will send. Either fin packet, urgent packet, or push packet as a first packet. And the same way, because synchronization packet is not the first packet, initiation packet, it will send no response if port is open. Like null scan, no flag set, and even though Nmap null scanning, UDP scanning, like UDP protocol, wherever that like live streaming also can be scanned. So these are the way the tools we can use it. Ping scan also is so when you do echo request and when you do echo reply, when you have a internet working devices in between, how many devices are in distance to the server. So when I reach a gateway to the server or gateway to the actual web server, how many devices are there? All these things the hacker uses, and in the same way he will configure. So OpenVAS is the other vulnerability scanner for the web application. It is like a fork of the open source Nessus. Nessus is also one of the good tool. As you might be knowing that that's what I didn't mention Nessus tool for the vulnerability scanner. But Nessus is also a commercial edition. And open source tool you will get an updates on a week or 15 days late. Or otherwise it uses majorly Nessus only OpenVAS. This is basically the feed of vulnerabilities are based on community, and commercial feeds also available. You can buy commercial feeds and integrate it. So EtherCap is basically man in the middleware attacks. So the EtherCap also can be downloaded. You can do MAC spoofing, ICMP, port stealing, DHCP spoofing, NCP spoofing. These are the things can be done with EtherCap tool. Girighar is the software reverse engineering framework developed by NSA. They made it available to research, so that this is also one of the good tool. The version tracking software and reversing of some kind of versions can be done. SIFT is a group of free open source incidents. This is the SANS Institute, developed for the forensic analysis. This is one of the good free tool. But even though they made it as an open source, code is also released. So forensic tool can easily be built right in all cloud environments also. If anybody is doing a research of forensics, cloud-based forensics, this can be downloadable. And binwalk is basically the binary images, filter and extracting interacting files, data from binary images. So DD rescue is one of the data recovery tool. It's not for security, but suppose your data is deleted accidentally, block devices, files. So this would be one of the better tool from the ATA, SATA, SCSI devices, old MF drives, floppy disks. So this data can be retrieved through DD rescue. Explico is basically the extract files from the internet traffic capture, the application data continued. So some of the applications are hosted and you wanted to collect the data from that respective applications could be collected. This tool is like an open source network forensic analysis tool with for decoder, set up data manipulators, visualization system, all this there in these components. Setbot is basically encryption is critical for many security stand. So that's what GDPR, those who are using GDPR, somebody's asked it risk compliance and all. That's encryption. When it is coming to the encryption, this is one tool, open source automatic client that fetches and deploys SSL and TLS certificates. So Veracrypt is for basically free open source disk encryption utility, like whatever that encrypted, if you wanted to entire encryption of a particular disk, this is one good tool. So basically here, this is one of the website. If you can see that husomeopensource.com. So it's not only security, you can have whatever the subject you tell, the version control, collaborations, all these things were there. Even though if you click the security, sorry, security automation, like if you do hacking tools, cyber security, even the cryptography, if you click cryptography, if you are doing as a part of, there are a lot of tools are there. OpenSSL is one of the tool, TLS, SSL and crypto library. And you have a number of projects undergoing under this OpenSSL, so that you can be part of that. If you are part of that, and you can take ideas and implement these ideas towards your research. So this is one of the tool basically. And similarly, when you are coming back, hackingtools.in. So it's opening, it's taking a little bit time. So like if you see that with respect to whatever the platforms we are using, Android, anti-malware, browser add-ons, debuggers, encryption tools, firewalls and ideas, forensic tools, fudgers, somebody is using fudgers, hacking ebooks, network scanners. These are some of the resources which you can access. Because of the time limitation, still in Telangana, it's going from 6 o'clock to, we have to reach home 6 o'clock. So our office is almost 50 kilometers away. So I have to travel back. So basically that's what I'm giving these resources and open source tools. Then you can go through and access. And this is one securitytools.org. Of course, here is the commercial tools and open source tools are available. Like if you take Wireshark, it's the place now a position of the tool. What is the top position? Why that is top position? That is what this particular website telling. The the Metasploit, if you see that the previously stage 3, every week it changes. Now this is the second place. Nessus is one of the basically network devices scanner. Then Aircrack is basically also open source tool. Is the number 4 position, where Aircrack is a suite of tools for 8.2, 1.11a, BG, WP, WPA cracking tool. And Snort, which we discussed. And of course, Cain and Abel, all this basically for the Cain and Abel is like in a man-in-the-middle attacks, passwords, snipping network. This can be done. Backtrack or whatever, which backtrack is nothing but Kali. Is still somebody is using backtrack, so better than Kali Linux only. Netcat, TCP dump, all these are open source tools can be accessed by this one. So there are automation, these tools also I mentioned it, but however I will share this particular particular slides and all too with you, so that I want to thank you for your patience and support, because I have to leave by 4:30 from here. That's what I'm closing for myself itself, and you are thank you. You are listening my lecture. If you have any questions, then we can have for some 2 to 3 questions we can attend, and we do that.
Participant, please ask the question. Only we pick up 1 or 2 questions. Quickly ask the question. In the chat room, you can ask it. Or just raise your hand. Any query from the participant side?
How to learn about 7 layers of security? Each layer in depth. Give some material to learn basic. Yes, if you take care of 7 layers, just I'll try to show one slide. In the morning only have seen this slide which we prepared almost. Just a minute. Is it visible, my thing?
Yes, visible.
The screen is visible, no?
The screen is visible.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
If you see that this is the basically that your whatever the layers, am I right? Physical layer, internet layer, and transport layer and application layer. So the major research and major let's take example of Windows operating system. Windows is not open source; it's like a closed source. But Windows gives a kind of what you can say that facility to third-party developers to integrate their solutions. So when you are giving a solution to integrate some space, the major problems will come at that place itself. So here in the application layer, the socket interface they were giving for enabling third-party encryption and authentication layer. In the same way, transport filter like SSL and TLS implementation they were giving. This blue color wala is basically the interface. So more vulnerabilities will come whenever you are giving third-party integration to the solution. That solution is basically definitely has the vulnerabilities. In similarly, so sorry that I cannot run all these applications. I'll go directly. About kind of encryption solutions. So at layer 1, 2, layer 3, link layer encryption and network layer encryption where you can do application layer encryption where you can do. Similarly, so these are the problems. Now somebody is asked that at physical data link layer, what are the kind of common attacks, wire trapping, network snipping, Trojan horse programs, etc. So based on that, what operating system, what network implementation at physical layer data. If it is a router, it could be different kind of snipping. If it is operating system, it could be they may be using the other different tools. Similarly, when you coming to the transport network, like DOS attacks, DDoS attacks, fake TCP IP addresses, and like session layer, unauthorized system access, stolen session passwords, root permission, etc. The presentation, attacking data transmission by cracking encryption. And application, you know very well, like malware, attacks, web applications and services, web vulnerabilities, common vulnerabilities, exploits, and all will come. So wherever the gap area is there, with respect to that gap area, the respective tools can be considered and respective things could be secured. That is what the point.
Thank you, sir. Thanks for your knowledge. and sharing knowledge. I would like to request to Dr. Lovial sir kindly give the vote of thanks for this session. Lovial sir.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Professor Murti, for wonderful, excellent talk of. You have given a plenty of tools which can help the researchers. Most of the participants are either teaching somewhere or they are doing their research. It has been a very useful talk as far as these open access tools are concerned. It's plenty, and for everybody something to take from here. And anybody who is interested in a specific area of forensic or any kind of attacks and malware, there are a lot of things to take on from your lecture. And especially if I take it, the kind of you talk about what is the advantage of open access tools. Probably everybody understand cost, but in addition to that, probably we do not have much idea. What you focused on is have given a very clear-cut insight why we should go for open access tools. That is what is wonderful, and we'll take your services in the future if you are going to have any kind of FDP or any kind of workshop. We look for your support and cooperation. Thank you very much. And the kind of questions audience has asked or the participant asked shows the intensity of the lecture. I also thank the audience because they are questioning. Now the questioning is very important. Nowadays people don't ask many questions, but these audience are asking questions, and that is great. And it also talks about the kind of the quality of the lecture which is being delivered. Thank you very much.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much.
Thanks to all the participants, and tomorrow we will again rejoin at 9:45. Thanks to all of you. Thank you.
So the meeting is closed, huh?
Close कर दूं?
Anything else? They have announced that tomorrow at what time they have to assemble. The schedule is given.
Yes, sir. At 9:45, they will assemble here.
Okay.
Because it's time. We start at 10:15 sharp tomorrow.
Yeah. Okay. Then you can close it now.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Okay.
I will close.
Okay, thank you.